Hello, everybody. Thank you for stopping by. Welcome to Legends of Logomancy, the best D&D stream that has ever graced YouTube on, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time on a Monday night.
Caveat, 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 caveat.
No, I stick with what I said.
Fair.
It works. It maths out.
Oh, God, I'm hearing everything.
Good. As you should. How's life?
Great.
That that's overselling it a little bit.
It's a Monday.
It's a Monday. But you're playing D&D with your
November?
friends.
Exactly. Guys, grab your snacks. Enjoy your night. Roll some imitation clickety-clack rocks,
Well, I
Math's
mean,
Great. I've been looking forward to this all day.
we could roll real ones. Actually,
Math,
so
clickety clackety.
I'm super stoked about this because I showed you guys the IKEA storage stuff that I set up here.
Yes.
And at the risk of no, it worked. So all of these are dice holders and they're perfectly functional storage. And you can just slide it out
Ooh, fancy.
and have access to as many D20s as you need and or everything, because I bought one for every size of dice.
All right, honest talk. How many of those are D20s and how many of those are Magic the Gathering countdown dice?
None of them are Magic the Gathering countdown dice.
None of them
What's
are
that?
Magic the Gathering countdown dice?
No, those are with my Magic cards.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yes. I don't need those in my useful dice.
That...
They live with my Magic stuff.
Don't licking your dick while I'm on camera. Go. All I could hear was in the background. I looked over and Ben's got one leg in the air. Pet ownership.
Yes. So
I don't know what you're talking about. Bast has never done anything on stream before.
how's Riley? How's your day?
But
How's
it's
your
not
week?
too bad.
Your month?
Oh God, we're going to a whole month now. Well, I mean, no, it's been a pretty good day. I got myself a haircut, and my mustache is very pronounced now at this point of the month. So I'm feeling very daddish right now, I would say.
That's fair. I see that Mac
is ready to join us.
I have added him to the stream now.
Beauty.
It is worth saying for broadcast tonight, we're running the normal latency rather than the ultra low latency. So the video quality is better, but there's a little bit of a delay from us talking to what actually makes it to YouTube and the audience. Yeah.
Perfect. It hopefully might make streaming or podcast editing better.
Well, and, my AIO not screaming at me and having a 100 degrees Celsius processor probably isn't going to hurt us.
Yes.
But,
yes,
yeah.
I would say so as well.
David, how's things?
Things are great. The biggest piece of stress in my life for the last 2 months is over.
That helps.
So
you had a baby?
No.
Oh.
That stress isn't here yet.
Surprisingly, that has not been a very stressful thing so far. A little discomforting. There's a lot to worry about, but nothing quite as bad as your boss calling you at like 9 o'clock on a Tuesday, being like, "Hey, by the way, I had an idea for the 40th that's in like 2 weeks."
Dear.
That happened on Saturday. It was really good. We ate some really, really good food. We had a blast of a time. And then I slept most of yesterday.
That is fair.
I was going to say, if you had a great time, it is fully because you are so good at your job.
Oh, thank you. I still don't believe that, but that's okay.
That's okay. That I am your emotional support panda. It's going to be okay.
Emotional support panda.
Panda.
Yeah. Other than that, things are good. Things are Gucci until baby.
That's fair.
And then they're no name brand because no one can afford Gucci after baby.
Excuse you, it will be Kirkland brand.
Yes.
I mean, that's arguably affordable. Depends what volume you're buying, and I'm doing fine. I am. Yeah, I had a good weekend. Got to spend some time with friends, which is good. Got to spend some time with family, which is also good.
Alexander Hamilton.
Yes,
Yeah,
we did
waiting
indeed
in the
watch Hamilton.
wings for you. Anyway,
And
no, good. Things are good. Move to the next person, please.
I have nothing else to add to this point. Please
Hey.
move on.
hey, Mac.
You're muted, Mac.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There you are.
Neither
But
do I.
not
Don't worry.
bees.
How's
So-
cornhole, bud?
What?
Cornhole?
How's your cornhole, bud?
Weird question to ask. It's fine.
We ate a bunch of Smarties.
Oh, this is a
How's your
joke from the stream, from our
Yeah.
charity stream.
Yeah.
It's been busy. So if I'm eating on stream, I apologize, but I have not had a chance to do anything until now.
That is fair.
But other than that, I didn't do much last week other than build Gundams. I built one a day.
I was actually impressed with the speed on that. Like, I was like, I gotta get to my heavy arms again soon, and it's like still half built, and you all of a sudden just have like, oh yeah, it's got this done.
I'm just like, I built them all.
All I want in the world is a heavy arms and a
Sandrock.
Sandrock. Thanks, guys, for knowing me so well. And then I want to just be like, now kiss.
Now, do you want an endless
Meanwhile,
Waltz Sandrock
violins
in
in the
Heavy Arms
background.
or original series?
Don't ask me those kind of questions. Oh no.
I
I
haven't
feel
built.
like I want original just because it's original, but the Endless Waltz are beautiful.
Yeah,
Like they're
I-
beautiful.
I haven't built my Shenlong yet, but I do have the other 4 plus tall geese right there.
Mhm.
I do think that if I was only gonna buy one of each because I'm not a collector like Mac is, I probably would do Endless Waltz just because they are so beautiful.
The master
I
grades
have
are
Wing
better.
Zero still behind me in my craft drawer.
I
But I will
will
get
say, I've introduced Mac to some of my friends back in BC, and one of those people, of course, is my sister.
Mhm.
She is now buying Gundams and other build kits because of Mac.
You need to get some kind of
And
kickback code there, Mac.
I was about to say, like, Mac has literally sold about 6 people in total on building Gundams for fun, and it's just like, God damn it.
And if you know what, if you're ever like, how dare you, I'm mad at you, my only response is my middle fingers.
I would like to say my only takeaway from this entire conversation has been 1, I want a tall geese. I don't know what it is. It just sounds like fun. And 2, Mac, I'll let you build my Shenlong.
Baby, when I'm done with you, you won't even have time for an endless waltz. I was wrong. That didn't go right. Something
No.
about that.
You were really
with
winging
that-
Zero there.
With that, let's play some Dungeons and Dragons. Go into the intro.
That is
Talking
why-
about beards.
And I need one now because I can't be the only one without one.
Look, I'm
I-
just gonna say they sell beards on the internet.
Yeah, it's true. I just love the fact that me and David both just went for something stupid immediately.
And I'm just gonna say, if you're interested in buying a big bag of hair,
last we left our heroes, they were fleeing from a battle.
Excuse you, we had won that battle. We were not
Yeah.
fleeing.
Yeah, we weren't fleeing from nothing.
Well, we were fleeing towards something because we didn't split the party.
We were running
So-
towards another
Well,
battle.
I was gonna say, I don't think you can flee towards something.
I'm gonna Google it. I'll mute myself so you don't hear my clickety clacking.
Expeditious Retreat would probably disagree with you. It's a spell made for getting away that is exclusively used for getting closer.
I was gonna say successfully retreat. Failed. I'm trying to figure out a way how to say it, but like failed charge.
That's just what
Unfortunately,
Frank has
Google
done
says
most of
I
the
am
history.
wrong. And the only way that you can flee is if you are moving in the direction of safety.
So we
So
are
you
not
ran
moving in
towards the
direction.
battle where all of the high-level adventurers were.
Yes.
We have to save Cal.
Arguably, the safest place you could have been
Yes.
is away from Callahan. So when last we
Arguably.
left our heroes, we had a little bit of a reunion. The
Yeah.
party had come back from their being Rhodes scholars, so to speak, and Hoots had gone on a little journey of self-discovery. You know, he went on walkabout, and
He found
Agnes,
a wife.
Agnes came back from college and has her head full of new ideas
Yep.
about, you know, all sorts of things.
The liberal agenda, except for quite the opposite.
She's slightly more jaded than before, but quite a bit more worldly, we'll say now.
If she wasn't previously someone that would like go out with protest signs, she is now somebody that would go out with protest signs.
And a gun.
She needs to find Hoots first.
She needs to improve her aim first.
The only
Aim
image
is
I have in my
unimportant.
mind is like one of those like little animes where it's like a little chibi Agnes like marching around with a little protest sign. Like, oh look, Agnes has gone to the protest with her favorite sign. Then she pulls out a weirdly photorealistic like Block 19. People were like, oh.
Oh,
Like,
it's that kind of
Agnes
protest.
chose
No.
violence.
I mean, don't worry about it. Agnes is completely level-headed and believes in fair play.
Meanwhile, Quill is holding a sign that doesn't have anything to do with the protest.
Just says I wanted to be here too.
Yeah.
Dern got all of his limbs chopped off from the navel down,
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
and
Yeah.
Nightmare fuel.
Oh,
Yeah.
and then he got better.
I
It
got
was
better.
just a flesh wound. He got the Black Knight treatment.
Mhm.
He's like, "Come here, I'll gnaw your ankles off." And then he got better.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
still a little tender in the fleshy bits, but you know they're back now, so that's the thing. Mac made a comment, but we can't hear him.
I didn't make a comment.
Oh, I saw your mouth move.
I was maybe chewing.
Maybe
Nom,
you're allowed.
nom, nom,
I'll
nom,
al-
nom, nom,
I'll allow it,
nom, nom, nom.
Roll to swallow.
baby. I don't need to roll. I just do it.
So anyways, Quill's been up
James
to
isn't a quitter.
I'm gonna quit her.
Okay. This is the kind of stream we're in for.
This is what tonight is. Yeah. Quill was suitably occupied while his good buddy Dern was going through some rehabilitation.
Mhm.
yes. Quill.
Um,
I was just saying, Quill learned that Quill doesn't need money, but he learned that he can buy little things with money that are fun.
like traumatizing a teenage girl by throwing acid at her one beloved belonging.
We
Okay,
have
I would like
mend, it's
I would like to
fine.
note that this innocent teenage girl had gigantic rippers pulling out of her back to tear me apart.
All right, like to be fair, you guys were sparring. She's allowed.
To be far.
To be
Yeah,
Are you
fair.
telling me that the Rippers were like, oh, we're going to come out of your back, but we're going to come outside the cloak because we respect that about you?
You know, the last time you saw her spout wings out of her spine, jacket stayed reasonably intact. I
Again, we
It's
have
got
the
like
men's spell.
it's got like a Kerrigan thing where the bones come down and then come back up and then fold out into the wings.
So the important part about the mend spell is the mend spell fixes things that are broken exactly in line in 1-inch increments. If
Mhm.
you burn a hole into the middle of something, mend
Ooh.
will not fix it because the edges do not line up. You could put the two edges of that hole together, but then you would create a weird bubbly thing because that material no longer exists.
I
You
am
just have
in
to
an
mend
odd
in
world because
increments.
Melissa just rule lawyered you, and that's
She
my
did.
job.
Some rules I know only because I've been rule lawyered by this guy
There is that.
in the
By
past.
Bast,
No,
it's a
Bass
thing.
would let me do whatever I wanted.
Well, we'll see.
She is also
Um,
a cat and doesn't understand the intricacies of role-playing games.
you
Nonsense.
returned home and went about your business. Agnes, you were home for, I'm going to say probably a day, give
Yep.
or take. Hoots, slightly more. You came back from your sabbatical and got to work on whatever had so inspired you. You know, maybe partially in your mind, freshly married. You've never been a blushing bride before, but you are now indeed someone's wife.
She was
There,
good.
there was no argument to that.
Mm.
Yeah. With a enablement and a klaxon, the womb came under attack. You rushed to defend your new home. I say new, but you know it's been a year.
Yeah.
So, um, you met up in outside the Dostocks. Hoots, you narrowly avoided being crushed by Dandy as he landed. That other fellow that got put into a tree was not so lucky.
Nope.
Who is still in that tree?
Oh shit.
Yep.
There's more important things. I'm sure the tree will be fine.
Yeah.
He's stable. It's fine.
Yeah, he'll be okay.
Canonically, he said it.
Dandy rocketed off screen where I don't have to worry about controlling him anymore. Fine, my laser. And then he fucking took off. Dern, you picked up the Calabasha, you a magical hammer of dumping 5th level spells into things.
Yes.
And
I might remember it this time.
it's a thing.
Other than just whacking things with it.
Other than just whacking things with it. And headed off north towards
To go put out fires.
the towers and the north of town, where you saw a shadow giant, caster of some kind, leap through a dimensional rift and be like, "Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck!" Yeah.
Yep.
He was running.
He was
I just
running
wanna-
away.
I want to clarify. He was running away.
He was
So-
running away.
Excellent.
He was the one who successfully retreated.
Yes. He ran away slightly, slightly before, or sorry, slightly after hearing that klaxon echo, and you hearing the executing glyphs, and then the bright shiny "Why are we at Disneyland?" bright lights coming from the north of town.
I feel like a villain who runs away like oh shit, oh shit, oh shit from a klaxon sound is not that scary of a villain.
He wasn't running from the klaxon so much as what he encountered over at the towers.
He was running away from the yogurt.
The yogurt?
Or something.
I
So-
had the yogurt powers down here though. Not me, but like I
Yeah.
had her.
You had
Um,
Eula.
I had
You had
Eula.
Eula,
Eula has
not-
the yogurt powers.
No, it's a different character who has yogurt.
Yeah. Callahan has yogurt. Yogurt is the name of the
Cal has
nightmare
yogurt.
steed.
Right, Nightmare Steed.
So, we're going to cut to the fields north of the settlement. And we don't necessarily need to play this part out in any way, because it was going to be 50-50 on whether or not you guys went to where you did or whether you went north.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to jump this in here and give you guys a little bit of an exposition of what happened here.
Okay.
We cut over to the fields north of the settlement. And for the past few minutes, a mechanical bird has been flying a small stuffed animal around, while that stuffed animal shoots laser beams, roasting all manner of trollkin. Callahan Lalder is flying about above the battlefield, strapped into his flaming horse that you recall he had named Yogurt, with this wicked-looking infernal tack, spikes all over it. It's very Judas Priest. Like,
But can I ask a question though?
shoot.
Does it taste just like raisins?
I would say so, probably. Countering enemy spellcasters and dumping
It is
fireballs.
a nightmare after all.
Is. So really, I'd say it's probably more like prunes than anything.
No, leave it at raisins. It was fine where it was.
That's fair.
Something's falling from the sky. It must be Callahan.
Dumping fireballs and shooting fools in the kneecaps. Farland stands above a thicket on the head of a fucking dragon, with 8 pixies hiding here and there about her, and she's rippling out with this blue aura of energy and surveying the battle below her. Argoth and 8 T-Rexes, nope, that's going to be 6 T-Rexes now, as 2 of them get cleaved clear in half in a single round, are fighting 2 foes and dozens of trollkin. One female-looking figure in bright white armor is using a glowing scythe of white energy. And a wispy, thin creature in leathers is riding a ghostly-looking horse and carrying a second ghostly-looking horse in tow behind them. You see a T-Rex bear down on this white knight, and she grabs a trollkin by the head and throws it in the way. And as it dies, its body explodes in a radius of white light that blows the jaw off the T-Rex, reverting it back into a human fighter with probably most of his face intact. We'll buff that out later. Like, regeneration is a thing. And you hear... and fire erupts around them, roasting a bunch of trolls and this knight. And a massive cone of cold rips through the troops of trollkin at the same time, exuding from Farland. And this has been going on for several minutes of Argoth dueling this white knight with a glowing energy scythe. Back and forth and back and forth. And after some time passes on this, that this could have been the battle that we experienced last week with Mac running Farland and Hoots running, Dern running Callahan. A klaxon echoes through everybody's ears, even reaching out to this point. This is outside of town. Executing glyphs 1, 2, 3, 4, 37, 38, 39, 400, 401. And the sky goes bright as suddenly every pebble and grain of sand slowly rises up off of the ground. Think Goku charging up an energy blast style. And they start to activate dozens upon dozens of spell glyphs, targeting magic missiles, fireballs, thunder waves, and scorching rays in all directions.
Somebody escalated the ticket.
And you see a man with an immaculate mustache lean back into his desk drinking a beer and says, well, that escalated quickly. As the light clears, that white knight isn't looking so hot. They seem to have put some kind of a barrier up, absorbing all of the magic missiles in the strike. There are hundreds of dead trollkin around, and a dragonel, not dissimilar to the thing that Farland is astride upon, swoops down and picks up this knight and flies it off. The skinny-looking creature with now 2 very dead phantom steeds grabs onto one of its dangling claws and hitches a ride as it flies off west from here. Callahan rides off into the sky, taking pot shots at them, and continues on completely out of sight in chase by himself. The remaining T-Rexes clean up trolls that weren't quite dead yet. Trolls regenerate, it's the thing. And then they revert back to some tough-looking fighter types, and suspiciously one grandma who's still holding a plate of cookies, because polymorph is a weird spell. And as you back to the party, head north towards the towers from where you were. What's everybody's passive perceptions?
14.
Shit.
15. I lied. 15.
18.
Damn.
They're wisdom casters. That's the thing.
10.
All right. Yeah, he's an idiot. It's fine. Quill and Agnes, you notice as you head north, floating up in the sky, there's an orange tabby cat named Seamus. There's 4 identical gnome wizards standing on the top of some buildings. They all look to be the exact same person, and there are 4 of them. There's also a half a dozen human-sized knights in pointy purple wizard hats, wearing long purple tabards, and wearing half-plate with massive shields and spiky-looking wands, arranged kind of here and there around. Hoots, you would have some familiarity with these guys, as would Dern. These are the Magic Knights. They are made up of Eldritch Knights and Bards and Artificers, or some wizards that have better battle capabilities. They are essentially the muscle of the wizarding community for the towers.
Are they technically higher level than us?
The Eldritch Knights and are the Magic Knights. Some of them, yes. Because have their own capabilities and things.
Yeah.
Right? The majority, like the power scaling of things, they're about on par with, say, Jules.
Okay.
Right? Jules is about, I think I made him a 6th level, give or take, for here. Everybody kind of scales up in their own right as time goes on, because nobody sits on their haunches.
What? No, we are obviously going to outscale everyone in the womb because we are the main characters.
You keep telling yourselves that. That's the thing.
Let's be real. Dern's the main character.
Yeah, Dern is the main character. You guys just all gotta start calling him senpai. It'll be fine.
No. God, no.
I feel like if you
No,
stay
I
for
see you
long
leading it
enough-
back. No.
I wasn't going to, and then he had such a good reaction. Such a good reaction.
My waifu.
No, that's Hoots.
Great stream, guys. See you guys later.
Can you give us a Hago face real quick?
There you go. Hoots is the wife.
That's it. That's the nightmare.
There it is. Now you just gotta screenshot it. Put it on a t-shirt. It'll be fine.
Is that
For the people on the
consent? I'm going
podcast,
to consider
I'm
that
sorry.
consent.
Cover an entire hoodie in it, but it's just all of us making the face.
So, some time passes.
How much time?
It's been 40 years. No.
No, I
Shit.
wanted to talk to the mages.
Yeah.
How much time passed?
You guys gather your party and head that way towards the towers. And
Um,
we're gonna say minutes to like an hour-ish. Like Dern?
I was about to say, as we pass by spots, Dern just kind of takes his hammer, does this, and little rain clouds appear, and he's putting out fires whenever we pass them.
You notice specifically, and you've been informed of this before, places that were caught aflame, you notice the flames rising up in a cylinder, pulling the flames away and the oxygen away from houses to
Yeah.
about 30 feet above them, where it's just like naturally sort of dissipating. So it looks like there's giant fire spikes kind of coming up from several buildings.
Yeah.
And
Dern still puts them out.
Yep.
Because I presume with create water, it's like you can create kind of storm or rain clouds, kind of.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Dern is a one-man fire force. He's
Yes.
doing great.
Dern does volunteer with the firefighters.
With that, you approach to the towers, and there are several magic knights that were up on different roofs because the aggressor was not able to come down within 60 feet of the town at the time due to the wards that are in place. as you experienced when certain things kind of clambered out of those portals above and like immediately got barbecued.
Yes.
And then they decided to go with golems instead, and that seemed to stick. You hear some kind of like echo from above that says, "I'll begin construction on golem launchers immediately," as one of the Magic Knight turns and walks away. And
Golem launchers?
well, I mean, if golems can get past the defenses, you need to be able to deal with that.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, makes sense.
And what's better than massive platforms of the street attached to giant springs to hurl them into the lake?
I don't see any problems with that whatsoever. None.
OSHA doesn't exist here. It's fine.
You see
More
one...
like, oh shit, not OSHA around.
Yeah. No, oh shit exists here. With that, you see one of the four gnome creatures that's up on the shelves, or on the shelves, up on the some of the tallest buildings. They're conversing quickly. One of them casts a bunch of spells all of a sudden, and then it dissipates into snow.
Mhm.
And is no more. The other one of them seems to direct the remaining two, and they take off in a direction towards the towers proper.
I'm going to take a guess, an educated guess here, and say that's ramshackle.
That is 100% ramshackle. Hoots, roll me an Arcana. Anybody who's proficient can roll me an Arcana check.
That's a nat 20 for 26.
And Agnes has a 15. Agnes, I'd give this to you as well, just on the grace of you spent all this time with Magnus. There's a spell called Simulacrum that can be gamed using the Wish spell. And Magnus probably talked about this a little bit, where he's like, see, what you do is you cast Wish to emulate a Simulacrum spell, and you make a Simulacrum that has spell slots, and then you get that Simulacrum to make another Simulacrum of you, and then you use Wish to make another Simulacrum of you, and then that one has access to the Wish spell, and then...
And that's how Agnes learned that the Wish spell is an option.
It's a thing.
As long as you remember how the rules work.
As long as you remember how the rules work. You never cast it yourself. Always cast it through a third-party medium that can accept all of the risk for you. Like Visa.
Or you only use it to cast lower level spells.
Yeah.
Visa is not a sponsor of Legends of Logomancy. No.
No. That being said, yeah, the klaxons have gone from like to like the occasional like bong every 40 seconds or so. You've successfully downgraded from like red alert to like we're at yellow alert that never gets used except when it's comical.
Green alert. Every 24 hours, just a high-pitched scream.
Green alert is actually called condition green and is the status that all starships exist in when they are not in combat.
Yep.
Yellow alert raises shields but does not put power to weapons. You guys are talking about Gundams. Give me this. There are 3 different versions of Enterprise, and 2 of them repeat again. So there's like 5 Enterprises on this shelf. Like, don't even.
You know, I can't see them anymore because you darkened your lighting so much.
I'm sorry. I'm really not.
I can't even see your blue square anymore. And that's the real sadness.
Yeah, that is the sadness.
Unfortunately, there's just a lot of blue squares now.
So the blue square is just too big for your camera to handle now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a wide enough field of view.
That's fair.
If people subscribe to us on Patreon, we can all get Elgato Facecam Pros, and then you can see the whole.
So I like to think what you did is when you painted the entire wall blue, you just took a white paintbrush around every side at the ceiling and walls, so it's just still a blue square.
You're not entirely wrong with how that went down, actually.
I love it. With that, yeah, Ramshackle kind of takes off and goes back to seeing to the things he needs to do. There are several magic knights that both fucking fly off in a direction and others that like levitate slowly to the ground. Seems like Featherfall. Doesn't look like they're flyers.
No, but
Land amongst you and like get a status report from people.
do they ask for us at all or anything like that?
Well, you're with Eula and Benasha, but they're like,
yeah,
they're asking in general, like, do you need help? Do you need assistance?
No,
do
we took
you
care
need
of it.
assistance?
We're good.
I
Good.
rode Dandy. It was great.
One of them just like gives a chuckle. With the klaxon changing, it's like it seems like the immediate danger is past. The interlopers have been repelled. And he kind of goes blank for a second, and his eyes kind of glaze over. And he's talking, but you can't hear anything as he responds telepathically to a message. Moves his mouth the whole time because it's a weird interaction. It's hard to work in thought speech if you're not familiar with it. And he says, northern interlopers have been repelled as well. Callahan's in pursuit. Our citizens are returning to town. Yeah. And
All
he
right,
like
big
puts his
fire to
spiky
the-
wand away.
Dern goes, fire to the north. Just starts walking towards the fires. Put them out.
Gotcha. What's everybody else doing with this?
Well, I'm not entirely sure exactly what has recently happened. To be perfectly fully honest, Quill just kind of was fighting someone, and then all of a sudden he was running and fighting someone else. So he's not entirely sure what's happening. So he's just kind of walking around asking people what's happening. So I'm going to approach the nearest wizard.
That's probably Hoots. No. Yeah, what a very tall man in a pointy hat is like, he claps you on the shoulder. And he's like, what do you need, son? And he gets like down on one knee to look you in the eyes. Because Quill's
Okay,
like
well,
4 feet tall.
Kick him in the
How tall
balls.
is this person?
Like 6'5".
Just need to get on his fucking. Anyway,
No,
Tall
but
person.
he's also heavily armored and wearing like a face shield and a helmet
as
and
a
isn't-
wizard,
as a wizard.
Welcome to the towers.
so like, I'm very confused because I've kind of been here on and off for like the last year, and I don't understand what's happening. Where's everyone coming from? Is this like a drill or is this like a danger?
He opens up a little folding like visor, and you see a bulbous red nose sticking out. He kind of looks like a huffy Santa Claus. And he's like, the danger has passed, son. This was an
Well-
attack on our home.
Well, yeah, I killed a
And we
couple.
gave
of
him
them.
what for?
That's true. I was with the group that killed the other people.
Good
So,
on you.
but
And he like squeezes you a little too hard.
but like, who are they?
Don't know rightfully so yet. I know that big fella in the sky was apparently somebody that they recognized. But beyond that, I don't.
Who
I
should
just do
talk-
what I'm told.
Well, I like to help. Who should I talk to get like info on how to help?
Well, and he kind of looks you up and down, and he's like, you live in the Grove?
Yes.
Jules or Farland will usually disseminate to that part of the community. That's probably your best bet. Those are essentially your community leaders, depending on where everybody is. That's kind of how you guys got housed, so to speak. But he's like, I don't know much. When we know, missives will go out from the towers and the bennies. You can ask anyone, really, but I don't know yet.
Hearing this, can I turn to Benasha and be like, hey,
Yo.
who was that?
Well, I'm not rightfully sure. I know
You're not sure.
here's the thing. The big horned dude in the sky.
Yeah.
Like 8 months ago,
Yeah.
we got waylaid by them and a bunch of other creatures when we were out delving a dungeon into a Miriam city. and they came out of fucking nowhere. And so that was a thing. And we fought them for like 3 days. So that was a thing. We made it home, and that was fine. Didn't kill them all. We killed 2 of them. So I don't know right now. I don't have all of their names, but I only really recognize one of the people that was with them, and that was more by reputation than anything. So
Okay. And what's a Miriam City?
she kind of like cocks her head at you. She's like, "Okay, so walk with me," and she pulls you onto her carpet, and she goes flying towards the towers.
A whole new world. Agnes absolutely sings and only half listens to the explanation about what a Miriam City is.
She gives you a general rundown that is distinctly more colored than what the rest of the party got. To the effect of Miriam cities are basically dungeons that are they are cities that were displaced by a bunch of highfalutin asshole elves as a show of power because they could. And it didn't serve a purpose, and it hurt a lot of people. But sometimes there's value in going and dredging up those cities. It's not really archaeology because it wasn't that long. But that's the thing.
How long does someone have to be dead before it's not big body looting?
There's a difference between archaeology and grave robbing. I think
Approximately
it's,
2,000 years.
no, it's less than that. 100 and it varies country to country. I took this in school actually. The thing.
Was this your
but yeah.
business ethics class? Because I actually think I distinctly remember this conversation.
Yes. But it came down to how long until something is an antique.
Yeah.
Once it's declared an antique, it's technically archaeology and not grave robbing.
I don't like that based on the number of like Gen Zs making comments about like technology from the 90s right now.
Oh
Antiques
man,
are,
that rotary phone there is really an antique.
and
Oh,
anything
sweet,
that is
opens like grave
over
robbing. I mean,
anything that is over 100 years is an antique technically, according to Canadian law.
That makes sense.
It can't appear on the Antiques Roadshow unless it's at least 100 years old.
Interesting.
Because that's how we base all of our Canadian laws, is what you can show on PBS.
Yes. This is
If
a
you don't
wonderful
understand that,
piece of
you live in a
artifact that I
different
got.
country.
I can't wait, or like I just imagine that show in the future, and it's just like, so I have this $2 Canadian bill here.
What is this, you may ask? This is an Apple II, one of the first personal computers.
I want somebody to come in with a never
Commodore
been
64.
touched Tamagotchi that still works
Yeah.
because they will.
So interesting tidbit. There's a
how
what
off
is it?
topic is this about to be? Because I feel like we have like
So
D&D.
this is a little off topic, but theoretically, between 1843 and 1867, a samurai could have sent a fax to Abraham Lincoln. Because in that time period, all 3 of those things existed at the same time.
Yes.
It's a
Can
thing.
we get back to Naylor now?
Yeah, I suppose. So you get clapped on the shoulder by a strong, tough, wizardy type. They're an Eldritch Knight.
What's their name?
He's like, I am Baymar.
Tamar! I'm Agnes. You can call me Aggie.
You're on a carpet though, up in the air right now.
A whole new world.
Wait, no, because we're learning about Miriam's.
Yeah,
Oh, so I'm with
Benasha's
Benasha.
telling you.
Benasha.
Yeah.
I'm with
Nasha
Benasha.
took you on a
Right, on magic carpet ride.
Carpet ride.
Yeah.
Gotta be honest, I think I got the best deal. Benasha's
really
like
did.
the best.
Fills Quill in. And says, I'm glad that you were able to contribute and that you're all right. If you need assistance, just raise the alarm. We'll always help out. He's trying to do like a really like good cop sort of thing. He is super sweaty, and it looks like he doesn't wear this armor very much. But yeah, he's trying to comfort you the best that he can. Dern, after a fashion, comes running back, and Calabasha has been exhausted.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had to stop
And-
5 people from trying to make s'mores in the streets. We don't know where these fires have been.
Yes. You see Quill being talked to by a larger man. Hoots, what have you been up to during all of this?
Trying to find marshmallows.
I confiscated 4 bags of these fluffy things.
Dern, I'll hold on to those for you.
Oh, perfect. Here you go.
Into the bag of holding they go.
I'm just interested in seeing somebody with an owl beak try to eat marshmallows.
You know 100%, no matter how many times Callahan has said not to, he has come downstairs from his office and most of the team is standing around with a bag of illegally acquired marshmallows, roasting them over a forge.
I like it. Some time passes.
I sorry, just one last thing.
Yeah.
I like the idea of marshmallows being banned in the womb for some reason.
Just the kitchens.
Just
Specifically for the reason that we just mentioned. But
Yeah.
in seriousness to ask what Hoots would have been. Hoots would have been trying to patch things up that were damaged along the way.
Okay. Doing some mending here and there. Eula is nowhere to be found at this point.
She's a warlock. She's hiding somewhere now doing something.
That is entirely possible. As you head sometime later, you find yourselves in calm, sitting at the Bennies. And
You guys made
Dern,
the trek up.
you've been putting out fires that all the guards and wards spells couldn't
Yeah.
catch, or didn't quite catch.
Yeah.
And Lasharius and Telemachus have sat you guys down. You got filled in that there was an attack on several points above the city. It seemed like they were testing the defenses of the city. The defenses seemed to have worked. There were some holes that needed to be accounted for due to, well, the golems getting in. That was a problem. A large forest had amassed north of the city, made up primarily of trollkin, which are a race of medium-sized humanoid trolls, troll people.
Yeah.
As well as a number of specialized high-level individuals. They use the term high level because it's a little meta, but everybody knows what everybody's talking about.
Yeah.
Right?
Dern has no idea.
Yeah. They're like, you can cast 5th level spells. I understand what that means.
Dern's Dern's just doing this.
Yeah.
Just nodding along, just going yes, I understand this term, does not understand this terminology at all.
We keep giving you badges. It's just like,
Yes.
I have reached 5th level.
Dern, I feel like Dern has a reasonable understanding of because Dern has 1st level spells only right now.
Second
right?
level.
2nd level now. Yeah.
Yep.
So you have an understanding that there's a tier of power where it's I moved from resistance bands into heavier weights.
Yeah, no, Dern understands that there are strong people and stronger people out there, but he doesn't understand the idea of levels.
Yeah. It's experience.
Yes.
Yeah. How experienced is a person compared to a novice? Call them ranks, if you will.
Yeah, no, as soon as you say ranks, he's like, oh yeah, no, I understand this.
Yeah. Absolutely. But yeah, it seemed to be a test on the defenses. The defenses seemed to have worked. It expended, and Telemachus reads out a number that is staggeringly large on the gold piece cost of gemstones that were consumed as resources as the defenses were enacted. Because remember, every time that one of those glyph of wardings fires off, it's using up like hundreds and hundreds of gold pieces worth of, or it's 200 gold pieces worth of powdered
Material.
diamonds every time it fires off a spell, and dozens of them were fired off.
Dern is just like, now I understand why we do trades in town rather than spend money.
It's a thing. Hoots, you've been informed based on your power scaling that at a certain point you're going to be required to contribute. You're going to be required as part of your tenure here to learn Glyph of Warding. It does not count as your known spells. You get it as a freebie here. And in your downtime when you're here, part of what you do is you go out to a field following a piece of paper where they tell you to, with survey markers and flagging and stakes. And you get to a certain point and you hold up a grain of sand and you hold up a little gemstone that makes like dial-up modem sounds into it, and then you drop that piece of sand onto the ground. And then you move 30 feet and you do it again and you do it again until you run out of spell slots and you come back tomorrow and do the same thing.
Yeah.
And you guys have seen as such as you've ventured outside the city. When you're going out, there's always some unhappy looking people that look like they're picking up trash off the side of the road, but really they're just like sweating in the sun, casting spells. It's a big part of the communication network and the defenses for the womb to monitor things and keep everybody safe. So yeah, it's not something that you've been tasked with yet, because 3rd level magic is quite a ways away from where you're at.
Like, is it? I just can't remember when it is for artificers.
I mean, it's far away for all of you.
There's that. That is.
Dern doesn't get 3rd level for a while, and I don't think he can cast the spells that are wanting.
Oh, shit! That is actually a fair ways away.
Yep.
Sorry, could you imagine like a random zone of truth just popping up out of nowhere?
Yes. So, fun fact and a little meta. Zone of Truth is one of the best ways to detect invisible enemies.
I'm standing right here!
You cast it on an area, and the spell lets you know who passed and who failed in that area, whether you can see them or not.
Huh, interesting. That sounds like a great topic to discuss on our secondary podcast called Roll for Beer.
Shameless self-promotion and plug. But yeah, that's the thing. So yeah, you find yourselves in the Bennies, and Telemachus and Lasharius kind of gave you a rundown on what they know. The giant horned creature is known as a shadow giant. They are some kind of a mutation of a shadow giant. They're possess high level spell casting as well as their regular formidable things.
Such as being a giant.
Well, such as being a giant and having a whole bunch of shenanigans. It's like dragons. Dragons didn't need a boost, but sometimes dragons are also max level wizards, or sorcerers in this case. But, because why not? Sometimes you just gotta also add, 20th level wizard to your resume.
Yeah.
Right? You did night courses over the summer, that kind of thing. Any questions that you guys might have pertaining to that before they move on?
Yes, this giant, does it have a name? Do we know anything about it? Is it going to be coming back? What is why?
I don't know specifically what kind of scrying and divination things that they provided on this creature. Our community leaders seemed familiar with this person and 2 of the other people that had attacked the town. There was a creature named Gelm out on the battlefield, and a person named Drafokel. She was the white knight looking elf, a paladin, I believe.
Interesting.
Yes.
So this was a combination of forces attacking us.
Yes, it seemed so. Those three were known to them. That's what Argoth told me, anyways.
Now, if they're not a shared of shared interest, you know, a coordinated attack against the womb seems unlikely. What could have instigated something like that?
They tangled with this group previously. It was a targeted attack against Ramshackle and Argoth and Benasha, and Callahan. Eula was doing some things. I don't know. But they seemed well prepared and planned out. It was frankly foolish of them to come here and try that in my house. And Telemachus specifically says, like, you come to my house. But, you know, this is why our home has defenses. That's the thing.
Lemicus, you'll bother your blood pressure. Have some tea.
He's already drinking beer, and he's like, now he's holding 2 cups, and he's got papers in front of him, and he's like,
Dern takes
I'm uncomfortable now.
Dern takes the top paper and flips it over for him.
I like it.
Agnes digs through her bag and gets a small pack of stickers and pulls one off that's got a green smiley face that says, good job, and puts it on the paper.
Living
That
your real
being-
Mabel life right there.
That's the thing.
Do you
I
like
have a
me?
sticker book
Yes, definitely.
That being said, after this isn't the first time that
The womb has been
here's the
attacked.
thing. If you gain notoriety or celebrity in the world, people generally will take issue with you. You met that Magnus character that comes through every now and again. I have heard that we get reports from our friend Eolus that people try and off him a lot.
They try.
It's a thing. It happens.
Dern just turns to Agnes and goes, "Did it happen while you were there?"
Oh, yes.
No.
It's a common occurrence. Magnus can take care of himself.
Dern just
And we all look after each other here. That's the difference.
Dern opens his book and flips to a page and just in messy handwriting writes down, "Get arch nemesis," and it just says "to do" on top of it, and just closes the book.
Oh,
Argoth, have
he
you been
thinks he doesn't
practicing
have
your
one yet.
letters?
Do I have an arch nemesis? Oh God.
I wasn't there with the stripe, dude.
You did give your name to someone in the Feywild.
I don't know what you're talking about. I never gave my name to somebody in the Feywild. Like,
Forget about it. It's gonna be fine. It's never gonna come back.
So, with that, he says, as a part of our security protocols, when something like this occurs, we always do check-ins on all of our people. Because if somebody did something here, somebody might be compromised. They might have, for all we know, this was instigated by the Court of Hemlig. It wasn't in this case, but you can't be too careful. So we have folks from the womb that have spread out all across the world that give us information from time to time. Doomy isn't accounted for. We put available spell energy into contacting those folks abroad, and the group that she went with also didn't reply to the sending spells. The sending spell didn't work.
Where do
on
we go?
Doomy. I'll get to that, friend. He like claps you on the kneecap because he's a halfling. The scry spell that we ran
Dern's
showed that they were
tapped.
alive and they were in the eastern woodlands. Doomy had gone with these folks to entreat with the village of Piran. standard stuff. We're on peaceful terms with them. We
Is in
can't.
the Piran elves?
Yes,
Oh.
yes. There's a settlement in the village of Piran, east of Lake Arneson. There's a grassland, bunch of dinosaurs, relic sloths, sort of thing. And into the woodlands, that's where they call home. For the past, as I understand it, 1,500 years, they've been situated there. There are settlements of Piran elves all across the board. Piran elves, Agnes and Hoots would know this. They are essentially your wood elves for the realm. Miriam elves are high elves, highfalutin arcane assholes. Miriam elves are wood elves, nature hippies, that sort of deal.
Piran, you just said Miriam again.
Pirin. Yeah. We'd message them, but the hive mind thing does some screwy things, and their forest emperor gets a little homicidal with invaders, so we don't generally do that.
So, we're trying to find them, is what you're asking.
I can point to you on a map where their village is. I can't
Fantastic, we're going.
Yes, I can't magically contact them because it is problematic. I fear the worst. Our magics were unable to locate Doomy. They were able to locate the party she was traveling with, but they didn't choose to respond to this message. They can, but they chose not to. So I don't know what's going on.
Dern is like automatically like standing up from the table, getting his stuff together like immediately.
Mhm.
I need to beat her in a wrestling contest. This isn't happening like this. And he's like already going like, Hoots, get the map. As he's like running to the door.
You get the map.
Okay.
As you kind of plot out your course. You remember where you crossed that bridge and you lost a fish?
Yep.
And there were some velociraptors that bit your shoes?
Yeah,
Yep.
that was the fox thing.
Yeah.
Fox place.
I'm gonna drag you guys over to the map here quick. And I'll
Not to be
jump-
confused with Foxglove, who's a person,
Yeah.
not a place.
So you guys are currently here on the map. And roughly the village of Piran is somewhere over here. There are more trees than the map would allude to, but, you know.
It's a forest.
It's a forest. There's also roving long grasslands. Hoots, you remember specifically when you were here before, seeing long-necked, tall creatures.
Yeah.
These guys specifically.
Yeah, I remember you showing these.
That were pretty massive, just like roaming around.
They have earrings.
Ish. Yep.
They're so cute. Look at their giant claws.
I want to pet one.
Me too.
Relic sloths are beasts of burden, essentially, used by the Piran elves out there. They're used in other places around the world, but they take up a lot of space. And they eat a lot of grain. So, primarily vegetarians. They'll strip an entire tree, like ancient tree of bark, in hours.
I'm going to ride one. I don't care what happens. I don't care who dies.
Somebody would probably let you ride one.
Good. It's preferable that no one dies.
Yeah, they are very placid sort of creatures.
Agnes would lean down to Hoots and be like, "Who's Doomy?"
Oh, Doomy is female Dern for all intents and purposes.
Oh,
Here to sign, she talked about the waters rising somewhere called Waterdeep, and then our waters were lowering. And also, I think she's a barbarian. I don't know. She hit like a semi truck, so it was pretty good. I liked her.
at the mention of Waterdeep, Agnes would have got really excited because she doesn't meet too many people from as many people from Faerun. Most people are from, other places.
Do you say anything aloud about that?
Um, Agnes would. Agnes has no reason to fear that particular portion. Yeah.
What do you say?
Waterdeep. Or did you? Well, Waterdeep is in Faerun. That's like a mythical place where I'm from. It's in like our books and, our campaign settings. There's a whole one about Waterdeep. It's really cool. You jump over the rooftop. Fun.
Boots, you recall her giving you a quick rundown of a role-playing game in Earth.
Yeah.
And you have a rough idea of what she's talking about, but the specifics kind of eluded you a little bit.
Yeah.
And Telemachus leans over the table and he's like, "Are you fucking with me right now? Did she put you up to this?
Who put me up to this?
We thought she was crazy. You're saying that she's from a real place?"
Well, it's not a real place where I'm from. It's a made up place, but also where Dern's from is a made up place. So I mean, anything's real here.
Dern, how do you respond to this? She's called your home made up.
Dern stops for a second and goes like, and just like turns to look at Agnes and goes, "My life is not made up." And he just continues packing his bags.
And she goes, "No, but the greatest stories and myths are based in fact."
There's that.
Stops for a second as he hears a weird cat meow in the background.
Dern, you are proof, as is your friend who I haven't met, that things that people take for granted as stories can be real. Dreams can be found. You can do this. Anything is possible here. So if you tell me that you met somebody from Waterdeep, I want nothing more than to have a very long conversation with her.
Dern nods, but I think he's focused on trying to get everybody to get going because he's worried about his friend, and doesn't know how to compute it yet.
Hoots during this has been ruffling through his bag, pulls out a pamphlet and goes, "I knew I kept one of these for a reason," and hands it to Agnes.
Agnes is so happy. It is now, she can walk and read at the same time because of course she can. And, she only bumps into 3 walls on her way out of the building. It's fine.
I like it. Is there anything else that you would like to know?
Go to the place, try and find the party, find out what the heck's going on, get Doomy back to the womb. Got it?
What was she trying to do there?
She was entreating with the village. Occasionally we'll send messengers that are capable between, because again, magical communication isn't really a thing there. No cell coverage. And he thinks to himself and he's like, okay, I'm pretty sure I said that right. No cell coverage?
And
You're not from Earth, are you?
No.
Okay.
Wait,
No.
Do we have cell coverage here? And Hoots again pulls out the Nokia and is like,
No.
No.
One day you're going to get a single bar. It's going to be amazing.
So yeah, as like Dern walks away and starts packing bags, he's like, relic sloths are fine, honey badgers are terrifying, and if you see something with flowers instead of eyes and a rattlesnake tail and 4 legs like a horse and wings, just fucking don't do that. Last time a group sat there for 3 days before some of the seekers came to get them. So yeah, just nope that.
And when you say nope, do you mean run or viciously hug?
I wonder.
What concerns me is that whatever this horrible thing is, you put in the same level of concern as honey badgers.
That's what they called them. Are honey badgers not 25-foot tall ravenous beasts that tear down trees and...
No, where I'm from, honey badgers are like
Much
at their
worse.
tallest, at their tallest, they're like maybe like 6 inches high, but they're
Oh.
ravenous beasts that will fuck just about anything's day up. So 25-foot ones sound horrifying.
Yes, as I understand it, I've not seen them myself. They look kind of like a weasel bear thing, and they've got a big stripe on them and
That's
massive claws, and
yeah.
then they try and remove dragons from existence.
Out of cu- well, yeah, that lines up pretty closely.
Vastly
Snakes.
territorial.
Yeah,
They don't like anything in their way, and they'll take what they want. Vastly greedy. Dragons are the same, as I understand it. They're very greedy creatures.
are they like? I wonder if they're like Earth's honey badgers. You know, I've heard that there's a spot on their stomach you can scratch, and they love it.
I don't know.
And they don't. They spend a lot of time around mushrooms dancing.
I'm not sure.
You're telling me we can give tummy scratches and mushrooms to them and then we're going to have a great time?
As
They
long as
smell
you sing
very
this-
bad.
As long as you sing the sacred song of their people.
Mushroom, mushroom.
Dying badger.
But yes, just look for their seekers. They'll find you if you get close to the village. And he points specifically on the map. He's like, "This is roughly where the village of Purin is."
What language
it's
do they speak?
common, mostly Elven in the community, but everyone that I've ever met with there spoke Elven when we weren't around.
Then we should be on our way.
The settlement is 99% Elven, give or take.
Hoots taking Elven's finally going to pay off for the first time in this entire campaign.
It's a thing. It's a thing that happens. So, yeah. With that bit of information, Dern, I don't know how much of that you missed, but yes.
We're going to go
Um,
find Doomy.
Yes.
Going to find Doomy. With that,
That's
you
because
pack your
last
things.
campaign we had to find Dern. Now we have to find female Dern.
I'm
Important.
sensing a trend.
Also, I wouldn't say female Dern. I would say Doomy. Doomy and Dern are two different people.
Yeah,
Sure they are.
They are.
they are. Technically, Doomy was created like, what is it now, 7 years ago? We
Something like
created
that.
Doomy?
All I'm saying is they are quickly becoming
They
my
are
ship.
very much the same person. It's hilarious. I love it.
See, my ship is Quill and Hoots. Specifically because it's cat mouth and bird mouth.
That joke was awful, but also worth it for Melissa and Mac's face.
Yeah.
I'm just picturing like a cat face trying to make out with a beak, and it's not pleasant.
Yeah.
See, when you
Because
when you
cat
said
tongues
it
are
at
long and
first-
rough, and it just gets
Ugh.
stuck on the fur like Velcro, and
Yep.
or
Well,
the
see,
feathers
I
like
was
Velcro.
envisioning like Quill holding Lou, and then Hoots behind him with his wings.
You
being like,
leave
spooning
Lou
"Aw."
out of this.
You gotta hold Lou. You wouldn't leave Lou behind.
I love that you think that Hoots would be the big spoon.
Who
Back on
needs
Earth,
somebody
the
to
bird
Back
hold?
being
on
cradled
Earth,
by the
you-
cat.
Back
Yeah.
on Earth, he was always the big spoon. He's taking the opportunity to be the little spoon.
There are enough people that I feel Hoots would be attracted to in this world that have some size on you, bud.
He's already wifed up to one of them, so
He has already wifed up the one of them. Made no advances on you, oddly enough. But it was a thing.
he thought it was a cultural thing. He wasn't going to ask questions.
You make your preparations. Is there anything you'd like to... you have time to visit your homes, grab your equipment before heading out from here.
Is
Are
Farland
there...
in the Grove?
Hmm?
Is Farland in the
Farland
Grove?
would be in the Grove at this point, yes.
I want to know who they fought and why. What were you after in the city that would cause them to try and attack you afterwards?
So as you head home, she's at her tree, and she's going through a bunch of different components and things. She's not flustered per se, but she looks like she's engaged, like she's going about a thing. And as you announce,
Mhm.
and she stops, her door isn't so much a big like hobbit door as it is a hole in the tree.
Yeah. Just
Um,
knock on the side and be like, "Hi, auntie.
Hello, hey.
Can I
y-
help you with that?"
I'm good. Am just replenishing some things because I used up a fair amount of things for today. I have a little bit of bad news. Uh,
Oh,
because of today, your home is not going to be part of the Druid Grove.
Tim's
So,
gonna go away for a while.
for a little while, um, unfortunately, I can't get a hold of Mr. Peaches, so, nobody is available to perform the ritual today. And I don't have any, uh, glyphs with that pre-prepared here because the we have a big Fey presence in the forest.
Yes.
And most of the city's defenses, or I say city, but settlement, the settlement's defenses are not um, copacetic to Fey creatures. So
Mm.
they don't extend out to the grove. Instead, we have relationships where we all look out for each other instead.
Yeah.
And part of those is that the grove would be included in the glyphs, but that's not a thing. So um, you understand why she feels strongly about this. She's been using that golden sickle that you guys recovered, and she's been casting Druid Grove literally every day for the better part of a year.
She was really close.
Really close.
Really close.
Am I hearing this conversation?
Yeah. If
Like,
you went with Agnes back home.
probably to grab my stuff.
Mhm.
Does this mean my house is going away?
No, your treehouse is made of wood and lives in a tree, but this is a little different. Um, and you're probably not sticking around today to see it, but if you were to, tomorrow, around the area where Tim is, Tim is a Fey spirit that lives there.
Yeah.
Like Tim's not going away or dying or anything.
Yeah. No, no. Tim will go see Steve, but I
Yeah.
need to go say goodbye
Yeah, he's
while he's
he,
on his trip.
he still lives there. Like Tim predated her using Druid Grove on that area for you around the Frog Pond.
Oh no, I know. I just
Yeah.
no. I'll go talk to Tim
Where's
after.
Agnes gonna live?
Probably in the same as long as Tim is okay with it. Tim would probably stay where he's at. But we've been working to make sure that Agnes's part of the woods were way more special and magical than they originally were. And now we're going to have to put a lot more effort into that. We've been working at it for a very long time, and then these folks weren't very nice, and I don't have anything left to um, do that for today.
But she's gonna still have a home, though, right?
Yeah,
But that's the most important part, isn't it?
yeah.
It is. Auntie, I appreciate everything you do to help me here,
Mhm.
but we've been here for a while, and I want to make sure that things are special for everybody, not
Yep.
just us. So I understand. And when we come back, I will try and help you out more with that. You shouldn't be alone with that. And Mr. Peaches gets busy.
Hmm.
Um,
He doesn't even live here. He just like shows up with his sheeples from time to time.
yeah, next time he comes in, could you let him know that I need more wool?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm trying to convince him to give us some of the those woolies. So those things are great.
You can't take his sheep. They're so loyal to him. They'd be so sad without their
No, but
friends.
he's got lots. And
But
we
they
could
are
we could have some lambs and they could
Varley.
just live here.
They are family, and you leave them alone.
They could be our family here. And they could live long happy lives here. And she broaches no more of the subject. She wants lambs in the grove. Think of how
Agnes is,
happy we would be.
Farlin, I want goats.
They're goat lambs.
No, they're not.
Technically,
sheep.
woolies are.
You said they were sheeple.
So, woolies are specifically goats that have sheep wool.
Oh. Well,
Well,
Melissa learned something new today. I would like to go talk to Tim now.
yeah. Um, Melissa knows this from a previous campaign that had Mr. Peaches in it.
Yeah, Melissa loves Mr. Peaches. Um,
He goes, before you go, she's like, I don't think you have anything to worry about. Um, those people are problematic, but nothing that we can't handle.
oh, I know. You can handle whatever you need to, Auntie.
Hmm.
But Tim's, without the protection of the Grove, I worry about Tim. I'm gonna encourage him to go home for a little while.
Hmm. Well, I mean, Tim's welcome to move his home, or himself, technically, closer to my tree. That's within the bounds. I don't have to cast anymore here. I've been here for a long time. So,
Okay.
know,
I'll bring him back. He used to live here. He was right over there.
just imagine real estate that moves as you do. What a concept.
I think they call that a motorhome.
Mobile home.
Steve's just like sprouting mushroom wheels.
Not Steve, Tim.
Or sorry, Tim.
Tim. And we get back to Tim, and I put a few of my jars into my pocket, and I explain what's going on.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're going away?
No, but I'm not going to be able to live in you for a while.
Oh, okay.
But
Well,
I thought maybe if you wanted, I could plant you near Auntie Far's house again, and you
that
could stay
works.
there while we're off on our new adventure.
And he kind of rumbles for a second, and the floor gives way a little bit, and you like grab onto one of the hooks that you've put on the side, and two chicken legs stick out of the bottom of Tim, and he starts like
Starts Baba Yagging it.
Baba
And-
Tim.
Baba Timming.
Baba Timming.
Baba
Yeah.
Timming.
Agnes is just like in her element. She's just like, I love living here. This really is just the
Agnes
best.
goes, you know what? I'm a witch now. Fuck this.
At what point was Agnes not a witch in the woods?
I mean, let's be honest.
I mean, now she
So-
has magic, but
So as he gets settled into his new place, Agnes asks if he can seal up the door while she's gone.
sure.
Yeah.
You want the windows too?
Whatever makes you most comfortable, friend.
And he like settles himself down, and you're like, those aren't legs anymore. It was made up of a root structure.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he settles his way down, and you kind of look over, and you see like a big chunk, almost square shaped, because it's a 90-foot by 90-foot area.
Yep.
Slowly dissipates of magic as Druid Grove is slowly dissipating.
Also, I absolutely want to ride Tim into battle one day.
We'll figure that out.
Like, we're going to the coast. Hop in, folks. This is my
New-
mobile home.
New goal for Agnes: become Baba Yaga.
Get in, fools. We're going to war. Quill, is there anything specific in the grove that you would end up doing?
Quill is going to go home, and he's going to. I mean, he keeps pretty much all of his stuff on him because he doesn't exactly own a lot. Anything that he doesn't carry with him is buried underground. Because
You don't like have sentimental things on shelves in your treehouse?
oh, I've thousands of knickknacks.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But anything that I want to take with me, I take with me.
Okay.
It's usually on me at all times. The rest are just kind of fun things to look at. But the one
Massive
thing
backpack, tiny cat.
get me a bag of holding.
No, you just take your bag and you just stuff it into the
No,
box Dern has.
I got a lot of stuff kind of clipped on with like carabiners to like. I took in my time away, my harness for Lou. I got a second one made for the other hip, and on that hip, it's got a bunch of hooks with a bunch of like bottles and vials and stuff hooked onto it.
Mhm.
And there's a couple padlocks. There's my bag of caltrops, things like that. But I take one of my padlocks off, and I kind of like look around. And I lock my door.
Gotcha. There's a massive gaping hole next to the window that still needs to be
Oh.
fixed, but yeah,
Sure. But I'm
I love
locking
it.
the door.
that's fair. First
Um,
time for the last time.
And as you lock the door, Agnes walks
mean
up.
pull
Is
up?
like, ready to go, Quill?
I kind of turn back to Agnes and go, yes, I suppose I am.
Everything
do we go?
okay?
Everything's great. Where do we got to go?
Seems a
well-
little coy for Quill.
Can I roll insight?
Give her.
Come on. Here.
That
8.
would be an 8. It seems weird, but you can't really get
Okay.
a read. He was pretty shaken by that fight,
Mhm.
and he looked not aimless, but a little like, I don't know what's going on.
Well, we gotta hurry. Dern looked like he was pretty focused, and we don't want to be left behind.
Are you at the top of my tree at my door?
No, I'm at the bottom of the ladder.
Okay, so we've already gone down the ladder then.
Well, you can be up at the top, and I'm just calling up the tree. I'm fine with that too. Agnes would do that too.
No, I'll be down with you. And I go, well, we better go then. And I just start running towards where I assume Dern would be.
I try and keep up.
All right. As you're heading out from the grove, you see a number of winged individuals, pixies and sprites and nixies and redcaps that are the denizens of this place that most of the time they keep to themselves and they stay out of sight. And you catch a glimpse here or there and have a picnic conversation with. They were out in full force, and a number of pixies were like rubbing down this massive looking, I say massive, but it's large sized, winged, long necked dragon that's Farland had ridden into battle. It's a dragonelle. It's a dragon mount.
Nothing like a rub down after war.
You know, a rub down after war, I gotta tell you. And there's probably a half a dozen of them throughout their grove that are just kind of wandering. Most of the time they keep to themselves and have an area that is exclusively their own. But the denizens here are in full force and supporting each other. As you go out in search of your friends, everybody just like gives you a little nod, and a red cap is like because they're fucking crazy.
As one goes "Meh," in my direction, I turn and as I'm like running after Quill, I go "Meh."
Yeah, like you do. Yeah, you work your way through town, heading north from the grove towards the foot of the bennies, which is like a pretty clear shot from where the bennies are to out of town. Hoots, in your preparations as you headed back to the kitchens, is there anything that you need to do? Cal still has not returned.
Hoots doesn't really have anything that's necessarily needs to be maintained. From this, I think he's gonna take some time with I'm assuming the unmoved hulk of the Titan Warforged that is probably still sitting in the where he left it for 2 months, much to the annoyance of everyone else.
Wait, is this the one from the box?
Yeah. It got moved to the kitchens, and Hoots has been trying to fix it.
It is a lot of dark steel.
Yeah.
It is heavy.
Yeah.
But isn't there more to do with the box?
So they let it out of the box as as parts. It's not still attached to the box.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Dern can still fidget.
Yeah, Dern still has his box that either goes from box form to full-size chest form to store things in. That is separate from the thing that came out of it. He just stored the thing in the box to get it home. And now he has room in the box for things like your knickknacks, and like snacks, and healing potions, and snacks.
There's actually Cliff Bars from Earth in the box.
Healing snacks.
kind bars.
Kind bars,
Laura bars.
No, knowing
Lara bars.
knowing Dern, it's those friggin' bars that are nothing but crumbs when you're eating them.
Kind
Oh.
bars.
Yeah.
Kind bars are
No, like
basically
the Nature Valley ones that are like,
Oh, yeah.
those actually taste good. I feel like Dern would have kind bars, which just tastes like gravel.
Yeah. The gravel and sawdust held
think we
together
lost
by
both.
sadness.
And a little bit of what's supposed to be chocolate, but actually turns out to just be extra sadness. Yeah. Hoots has got to like, after everything that just went down, he knows he's leaving again really quick, and because everyone from the kitchens is probably taking care of other things, this is going to continue to live here until he comes back again, until like the team can get together to get all the chains and hoists and move it. And he's just gonna like, while he's waiting for everyone to prepare and be ready, he's just gonna set to work to try and like unjank it a little bit more, because he still wants to figure out how it all works and how all the pieces fit together.
Makes sense.
From Tyler's Mac Mini.
Mac Mini. You have a mini me over there?
Oh, did your headset die, Mac? All right. There you are. Hi. All right. So you do a little bit of tinkering. Much like Quill, the majority of the things that you take on a trip are already in your bag because extra dimensional space is a thing.
Yeah.
So it's not like you come in, most of your things are as you left them. Like nobody's been tinkering with your shit, so to speak.
Yeah.
And you've been home for a little while anyways, but yeah, you set some things in order. Based on the map that you looked at, like you've land navigated before. You remember it took you a couple of days to get over to where those velociraptors were?
Yeah.
And based on the map, which is, there are no real cartographers here that are using super accurate tools for measuring distance. There's very much a like, yeah, the village is about around there, and there be dragons over there kind of
Yeah.
deal, right?
Like, could I just quickly throw a note in about the kitchens?
Yeah.
There's above the smelting pot, there is a new note that says do not mix random alloys in the goddamn pot. If I find out who did this, they're doing 20 laps.
I love it.
I wonder what that's about.
Yeah, who knows? But yeah. Make your preparations. Dern, you've packed your saddlebags, throw them over your shoulder, and you're like, I don't need a horse.
Yeah, Dern is before everybody else even leaves, Dern is already going down the stairs as they haven't even gone back to their houses yet, kind of thing. And
I would
Dern
also
is just
like to point out that Dern is technically, in some cases, my horse.
That is true.
yeah.
The saddlebags are just side.
Quill, as you're leaving the grove, you pass Jules, and as you head out with Agnes, Jules stops you for just a second and says, well, I hope everything goes okay. Looking forward to see and do me. I heard what you're doing, so I mean, do your best. Lita's with him, and she's like, you're a dick. Hate you.
What?
And,
Okay.
and she
hold on a
turns and
second.
she walks away.
No, hold on a second here. I like go and like grab her hand to like turn her around.
It's slightly clammy, but it's fine. She looks
go,
at you.
Okay, well, first off, we were doing a battle. We were supposed to be up against each other. And second off, I didn't get to have any of my typical weapons. So when you bust out your giant like knives from your back, that's not really my problem, is it?
You have knives in your fingers. How's that any different?
The knives
I
in my
didn't
fingers,
ask for knives in my spine.
the knives in my fingers are like 1 inch long, and yours are like 2 feet. Very different.
I didn't ask for the knives in my hands either.
Well, it's not the point. The point is you can't get mad at me for throwing acid on your back if you're attacking me with giant scissor knives.
You were attacking me with claws. They said claws only. The old man said it. And then you were like, I'm a ruin this person's most valuable possession. The only thing that I really brought back aside from a shitty nylon backpack. Thanks, bud.
Well, you could have just used your small claws like I was using.
Unfortunately, mine work a little bit different from yours. So I'm sorry that we can't all be perfect like Quill and have our claws only come out a little bit when we want them to.
Well, maybe you should try hard.
Agnes is here and she is digging through her bag and is like standing behind the girl and is like holding up different patches, like Girl Scout patches up to the hole, and finally finds one that's like a rainbow with a great big smiley face on it. And it's just like, here you go.
She looks at it.
It's really, really fluorescent.
She's like, that's just about punk enough to work. I like you. You're a
I like you
dickhead.
too.
And then she turns and walks away from
Don't talk
Quill.
about my friend that way.
He said I
take
could
it
use
back.
the things. He
Take
said
it
I
back.
could.
She has walked off with it in hand.
I
I
she
keep.
was so mean to you.
Well, it's like I even asked if I could throw the things, and they just looked at me and gave me the okay. So I threw the things.
Yeah, I was
It's-
there. I saw it. I
it's
believe
Jules-
you.
like-
Jules is
it's-
standing beside Agnes, and Jules is like, I just wanted them to get into a fist fight, but I mean, I'm not your dad.
Your lack of clarity on the dual rules has led to this argument. You fix this, Jules. We're gonna go find Doomy.
Teenagers are moody at best, and I don't know whether Quill qualifies as a teenager or not, but they'll make up. It'll be fine.
I'll have you know that I will soon be turning 19 in human years.
There you go. See? Just a squabble. They're fine. I mean, you burned the lady's clothes, and she seems to be a little sensitive about that. So
Well, she came at me with giant knives. It's very different from claws. That's like saying that's like going to like a cooking battle, like at the place, and being like, your ingredients are fish, and your ingredient is human poop. It's not fair.
You know, where I'm from, there's a story about a man whose entire bone structure was replaced with metal, and whenever he was going to go fight, he'd go, "Ugh," and long claws would come out of his hands like this, three
and it
of
would
them
go snick it.
between his knuckles.
Was he also rude like that lady was?
Oh yeah, and he was Canadian.
That means nothing to me.
I'll tell you more about it.
Okie doke. Tell me about this metal man as we go find him.
Okay, well, sometimes in the best days, he wore a lot of yellow.
Well,
We've touched on Wolverines and honey badgers now. The episode is complete.
I think that's the
Um,
title: Wolverines and Honey Badgers.
Yeah, Wolverines and honey badgers. You know what? Done. Changing it. I called it the aftermath, but no. Wolverines and honey badgers.
So like this metal, how did it get in his body?
Oh, there were some really, really bad men who sedated him and then did a lot of bad things. They didn't really sedate him much.
Quill kind of gets like a look on his face and is like very sullen look and goes, "Do you think that's what happened to the little girl?"
I don't really know, Quill.
Jules
But-
claps you on the shoulder, Quill. And he says, from how I understand it, before she came here, she was told by all of her family that she was a monster and she had a demon inside her. And apparently she came to believe it because when she showed up here, she kind of did. a lot of folks that end up coming through the stone have they're a reflection of their personal selves. Right? You might show up with magic. You might show up as a Birdman. She showed up as what I can understand herself, but with literal, like, bad stuff inside that's clawing its way out.
Well, now I just feel very rude.
It's a thing.
Well, like, they could have, like, I don't know, maybe said something about it. But I guess
She doesn't want to talk about it much. But maybe if you're feeling up to it when you get back, maybe just say sorry. Maybe you don't mean it, but maybe it's a good thing to do. And he leaves you with that. And he says, I got entirely too much work to do. You guys be safe. Don't get hurt. Or if you do get hurt, don't die.
I kind of like look at him. I go, well, I can't guarantee any of that because the world's kind of a scary place lately.
It most certainly is. Thank you for that. Thank you.
But yeah, we're gonna go. I've got questions for Hoot.
All right, sounds good.
Hoots just has a migraine just out of nowhere.
You know what?
Hoots is like arms deep inside the mech and goes,
I sense a disturbance in the force, Oris.
He's quillopathic.
This piece of metal, right? I could probably get the whole thing to fall on me.
He sneezes all of a sudden because somebody's talking about him. And as you say, you have a question for Hoots. Jules is like, that's the best news I've heard all day. I'ma go now. And he leaves. You head out from the Grove. Are there any, like, you've done your shopping pre-episode kind of deal? We'll say that you pick up the supplies that you needed for the journey, knowing what you're knowing now. So if there is anything from the equipment guide that you feel would serve you, go for it.
Tell me, some of you are buying health potions this time.
I brew them. So
I picked up some.
Okay. Because
Melissa,
for the last like 4 encounters, it's been me and my 2 potions.
roll me a d4, please.
or
This is a new spell?
no, I brew potions. I brewed 2 potions.
You can mark off 50 gold pieces worth of materials, and you got 2 healing potions for that.
Beauty. Now I have 847 gold.
Yeah. Likewise, Hoots and Dern, there is a small amount of them still at the Arcanium.
Oh, I bought them prior to this.
Yeah. Absolutely. Dern, do you have any need of picking up any supplies, knowing what you know now?
Knowing what I know now, nope, I've got nothing.
right.
Dern is just waiting for everybody. Like, he's doing the Sonic kind of just like
Tapping
waiting,
his toes,
tapping
doing
his
squats,
toes.
doing
Yeah,
squats.
just doing angry squats, not just regular squats, angry squats.
I need to find a working Genesis now. I want to play.
I might have an extra if you want to borrow it.
Ooh.
It's in my living room.
Mhm.
We're just gonna camp out of
Hell yeah!
I have everything other than a Genesis outside this room. So.
I could. You know what I really want to do, guys? I really want to play GoldenEye.
Oh yeah.
And
I've got
I
GoldenEye and a ton of controllers.
I will
Yeah.
bring a sleeping bag and sleep on your couch to play GoldenEye.
Can we do Mario
one
Party
weekend.
as well?
Yes.
Yes, James. I know how much you hate Mario Party, but we're fucking doing it.
I'm with James on this one.
Yeah.
I'm also with James on this one. No offense.
Melissa, we're gonna play Mario Party.
Mario Party is the only game I've ever encountered where you can strategically try and win. And then when you do, the game's like, how many people were wearing blue shirts today?
You can turn those off.
Oh, not you. Yeah, but nobody does.
We
and then it's like, oh, you decided to take 47 seconds to take one of your turn. You lose the game. Okay, thanks.
Oh my gosh. Are you telling me that because you can't min-max a game, you're going to be a poor sport and refuse to partake?
Yes.
It's a crappy game already, and it just makes it worse when you can't actually try and play to win.
You
It
know,
is not a competition when you change the rules of the game partway through. That bothers me.
We're going to play.
Yes.
one of my favorite games was the old Pokemon Stadium where you got to play the Clefairies and you went Clefairy, 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 Clefairy.
Yeah.
Heck yes.
You gather your party before venturing forth. I will bring my 64 and we'll play some GoldenEye.
Yes.
I wonder if my cartridge still works. I hope it does.
I'll go get mine if we need it.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Anyway.
You gather your party before venturing forth. And Dern is more impatient than you've seen him in a long time. He's got that heavy-looking box strapped to the small of his back underneath a big old traveling cloak that affixes to his armor.
Yes.
And yeah,
we're off. As soon as the fourth member shows up, it's like Dern's like, "Okay, we're off."
as you work your way forward, heading down the road that is scorched of grasslands, there's blackened soot every. The smell as you leave the womb is atrocious. It probably something that you weren't quite prepared for. And there's dozens and dozens of denizens of the womb doing the things that are rarely talked about in battle and war, and that is cleaning up. And it is gruesome at best. Quill, I feel like seeing this, you're probably a little like hackles up. And they've got bonfires going, like incredibly hot bonfires, cleaning up hundreds and hundreds of human-sized people with green skin and tusks.
That's just kind of sad.
Dern turns to Quill and goes, "Such is the price of fools who follow idiots."
Quill kind of thinks for a moment and kind of goes, "Yes, okay." Yeah, reasons. Anyways,
Agnes is going to reach into her spice pouch, and if you'll allow me, I'm going to pull out peppermint leaves, and I'm going to crush them up and give everybody a little hanky that's like been soaked in some peppermints to try and like.
You're making
block the smell.
potpourri balls.
I am with.
Yeah, absolutely.
As long as Quill's not allergic.
I don't think cats would be allergic to mint.
but I am.
Yeah.
As we always find out when we're sitting around drinking peppermint tea, chewing on peppermint gum, looking over, being like, "Oh no."
Matt just
Constantly in my office, I have to feel bad because people are like accidentally made the wrong tea and they're so excited, and I'm like, "I'll just go to the other office," and they're like, "No, I'll get rid of it."
Why do we even have that tea?
Yeah.
Why does this tea
Anyway,
exist?
I'm going to give everybody little potpourri balls to help them with the smell and also to settle their stomach.
Yeah.
And help improve their constitution scores should they need it.
Dern misunderstands and just eats it.
You know,
and I embroidered
similar
that
effect.
this morning.
Oh. Dern looks down and goes, "I'm sorry, I thought it was a snack."
I thought it was mulling
joking, you
spices.
big lummox. It's fine.
Lummox.
Lummox. Good word.
You understand in casual conversation as you go. It's to keep people from getting sick.
Yeah.
It is sensible to do because you can't just let nature take its course when it's that big.
No.
Animals will generally do what they need to do, but it also prevents like a boatload of predators from coming into confines and causing problems and things.
Worse, scavengers.
That too. Yeah.
As we're walking down the path, I do want to keep an eye on Lake Arneson. Is it still flat, then what's it look like?
No, it's vertical now.
It's actually lowered a bit more than you would have thought it
You know
had.
what would be really so cool?
It's,
If
it's
that
actually
lake
like
is
a
ever
hilly valley.
displaced and lowered, y'all got problems. Because it means that something big that was in it isn't in it anymore.
Ooh, that's a lot. That's a very large thing to displace a lake.
It is.
I turned into a fish. No, I did not turn into a fish.
Are you guys following the same path that you took before getting across to the bridge?
I mean, it's the safest path,
Yeah.
probably.
It is a road.
Yep.
It is a road. Some of the folks that were posted outside the gates, so to speak, of the settlement, because there aren't really walls around the womb, so much as a like fuck around and find out sort of sentiment. And there's probably signs posted somewhere that convey that. It's like walls. Where we're going, and they put we don't need walls.
There's a sign in hundreds of languages that just says the womb. Don't enter if you're not from here, or like don't be
Fuck
a dick.
around and find out.
Yeah. We don't take kindly to your kind. In all the languages that of things that the forbidden spell hurts.
I suddenly don't want to be here.
And we talked about this a little bit. You guys live in the stronghold of a high-level adventuring party and are cogs in the machine that keep it running because they go off on adventures and they need the staff to keep things running. Welcome to you guys, for the most part, some days. And it's a good economy. It works. There are benefits to staying.
Yep.
You got good health insurance. They grow back your limbs.
I was about to say, like, Dern really can't complain. He didn't pay a damn thing. I mean, you know, public health care and all.
I mean, they are the ones that cut all your limbs off first, though.
Medical procedures.
Yeah.
Got better.
Yeah. I got better.
I got better.
And me doing
Did you die?
But
Exactly.
as you head down the road, Quill, there is no sign of your long-haired, gangly-limbed friends.
I was going to ask that too.
You look through the rushes here and there as everybody's moving down the road, and you like dive in, looking around, and no sign of them. And the better part of the day carries on. You're getting a later start in the day than you have before. You find yourselves camping a little earlier than you normally would. In distance, right? Last time you made it significantly further. But even traveling on the roads, unless you want to push it, it's usually sensible to pull off and camp for the night.
No, we know the risks. We're going to make good time, but we're not going to harm ourselves and our ability to help when we get there.
Mm-hmm.
Despite Dern's insistence otherwise.
Yeah. The night takes you.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
And you
Darkness, Daddy.
you set up camp.
Dern's like, I'm prepared. He pulls down his goggles.
Oh yeah.
Dern is wearing goggles for the first time ever.
Yep.
And they go
he-
to
he-
either side of his face.
Yes.
In his brain, he just hears, "I can see clearly now." The rain.
And Agnes gets out a lantern.
Ah!
Dern's instantly like,
Hoot sets up his tents. And you have a little bit of time to yourself. You go through your standard watches. And the non-standard watches, like the wind-up ones that are really cool.
One's powered by the atomic rotation of Earth.
Yeah. Dad jokes. Who's taking first watch?
I want to take sunrise watch so that I can see.
I was gonna take the one right before sunrise. So that works.
I'll take the darkest because I technically have the best eyesight. I know Dern.
All right, Dern's up.
Dern and Hoots have the same eyesight that you do.
Yeah, but in Quill's mind,
Oh, yeah.
Hoots would have way better eyesight than Quill.
Hoots in Quill's mind, he's the baddest motherfucker here.
no. But in his mind, he thinks that he's got the best eyesight. That's why he always tends to take second or third watch.
Interesting tidbit: cats in D&D 5e don't have dark vision, but owls do.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
It's
Wait,
wrong.
I have dark vision.
No, but
Tabaxi do,
cats don't.
but cats do not.
Hmm.
Yeah. So who's going first? Dern or Quill?
Dern.
Dern. Roll me a perception
Dern.
check, bud.
Dern's gonna roll perception.
And Hoots, I saw your alarm spell come through. Dern, you are you're hitting that weird spot where the sun hasn't completely gone down. You put the goggles on, you're like, oh no, this is much worse than it was before.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see. No, this is much worse than it was before.
I don't know what to do.
That 2 that you rolled is not doing you any favors.
No, that's fine.
And your watch passes reasonably without incident.
Awesome.
Yeah, you kind of walking around and half able to see using the goggles.
Dern
and you're
has one
half
goggles
stepped in the campfire
on.
and you're like, ah, fuck.
Yeah, Dern has one goggles on, and just the other one's so it's like a lopsided goggles right now.
You're starting to get a little bit of a headache, but it's
Yeah.
working for you. It's doing what it needs to do.
Ish.
And you take one off and you're blind, like you've been laying reading against the pillow all night. And,
Yeah.
is there anything you'd like to do? Would you like to fiddle with a puzzle box?
I think it will be. It'll be the first time in a long time.
Ooh, it's been like a
that
month
Dern-
or two.
Yeah. Dern will
Since I
settle
almost
down.
killed him with a
Nat
gun.
20, Nat 20.
Oh my god! Yes!
That is a natural 20.
Why does this keep happening with this stupid thing?
I'm
Hey,
so
at least-
happy.
At least we're outside this time and you don't crush us under a building.
How does this keep happening?
That puts you to 4 out of 5 successes on this as of episode 25. And that 20 counts as 2 successes.
What? Every time.
Well, considering with a natural 20, it brought you to 20, and the DC to open it is a 22.
Uh-huh. I'm aware. I can't do it unless I get a natural 20.
Or you have
Help.
magical aid from your friends. But yeah,
Yeah, but again, I just every time.
it's a thing.
Thanks for rolling those when he's DMing.
Oh, just wait. Mac's doing the next arc,
Oh, that's
and he's
true,
got
I
one more
am.
success to go.
Do I get to know what happens with this in case it happens during
Yes,
my
I will
Okay.
prep you a document for the next stage of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You might even get more than 12 hours heads up.
Maybe. Yeah. Thanks.
Uh,
So you're
My
as
job
you're
is to razz you every day. It
So
keeps you
you-
humble.
you turn the wheel mechanisms in it.
Mhm.
And you've kind of worked it out where there's 2 spinning wheels on either side of the box.
Yeah.
And you know when you line up a couple of these little arrows and push and pull, that's how it turns into the chest.
right.
And you've been able to repeat that constantly. Like you got that one down.
right.
And this time you push in and you weren't prepared for the box to do this and your wrists to touch. And you fold it up and you're like, why can I make little schoolyard notes out of the box all of a sudden?
It
Right?
goes like
And
1, 2, 3, 4. Pick a color. What?
it actually has little flaps that fold out, and you see a bunch of little dials and cogs inside each of those flaps. And you're like, it looks like where it was in box form before, and you can still see the wheels can be manipulated to open it up into
Yeah.
your chest form. It now hangs from you like an upside down bouquet of flowers
Okay.
rather than a box on a strap. It's just it looks like a bride's bouquet of just little swirling cogs and stuff.
That's kind of
Like if you Googled steampunk cog bouquet, it would probably look something to that
okay. Fair enough.
that sort of idea. Oh, and when I do that, yeah, that's actually pretty fucking close. The internet can do that themselves. I don't care.
Yes.
But yeah, that's what you get. You're like, okay, it didn't murder me. That's useful.
Good to know.
Mhm.
But Dern's just like, how do I keep doing this? This should not work. And he's just like, all right, I think I've had enough for tonight.
I love how Dern is not gun shy in any way, shape, or form about
Not at
getting his
all.
friends killed. They're all
No,
sleeping.
it's fine. It's fine. The big danger's gone. It's fine.
Yeah.
There's
Or
no
what
other.
god
There's
do you
no danger.
follow? You seem blessed.
We'll touch on that one later, but there's a few
Well,
things that could be.
There were a few that took an interest in Dern.
Mhm.
That is kind of an interesting thing is when Dern's making his proclamations and talking about religion specifically, because although your power comes from your tenants, not necessarily
Yes.
from being like, you know,
Hey,
"Hey,
God, help me
Shanti."
out.
Yeah. Shanti is the or Myliki, sorry, is the goddess that blessed your hammer.
Mhm.
It
Yeah, I
is
was
one
gonna
of
say, I'm pretty
her
sure.
things.
I'm pretty sure Shanti's a singer.
Well, Shanti is a the goddess of the harvest. Myliki is
Mhm.
an they're all aspects of it.
Yeah, harvesting them dope beats.
I you know, reasonably harvesting those dope beats. That is absolutely a thing.
But Dern doesn't actually necessarily know where his power comes from, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Mhm.
Dern just has it.
Well, and keep in mind that the the interaction that you had up in the Mortal Lakes
Mhm.
um, uh, with Fenella,
Yes.
the Swan May goddess, she was the one that sent you the divine visions before,
Yes.
and has reasonably been looking out for you.
Yes.
If there was a god in your corner, it would probably be Fenella.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And yeah, she recommended a bunch of different deities to both you and Quill, for your own personal readings and viewings. And then you're like, bored now.
Yes,
And
it is exactly how
went
that's
away.
gone, and Dern hasn't really thought about gods as much.
Mhm.
Yeah, you haven't
Um,
brought up Tiamat in like 26 sessions.
No, because Dern has probably realized as he's taken time and learning and things like that, that he wasn't technically praying correctly to any of the dragon gods. So Dern might be at a loss of where his actual god is or who his actual god is.
Mhm. Who knows? Who do you wake up next, bud?
Who said they were going next? It
Quill.
was Quill. I'll wake up Quill next. Quill. Quill. Pokes Quill.
Boot.
No, pokes. Doesn't boot him.
My tail kind of like comes up from underneath and just like pushes against your face.
Yeah.
You just hear, "Shh."
All right. Dern picks Quill up. And just puts him on the seat, wrapped in his blanket or whatever he's sleeping in. Just sets him up, sitting upright.
Okay.
And just goes, "You're on what, bud?"
You could have given me like a moment or two to be like, get ready. This is fine though.
Yeah, you're fine. It's fine. It's a quiet night. Good night.
Yes, good night.
Quill. You
Melissa's
have
very.
you have the watch. What are you doing?
Well, I'm gonna roll my perception first.
Okay.
to see if I have a chance to fuck anything up here. With a 23.
The wind blows, and the night is warm. Spring has come. There's no more like messy patches everywhere of like wet, gross snow. That's the
Now
worst
there's
thing
just
is
wet, gross guts.
you're reasonably well beyond that. At this point, occasionally when the wind blows in from that direction, you catch a faint whiff of like it's not very pleasant. You look out over the water. Nothing moves.
I'm gonna
What's
look
there
back.
behind
Oh.
you. No.
I'm gonna look back towards the tree line and also kind of take a look there.
Yep. It's quiet. There are no wendigos. That tree line, however, is connected to the woods the wendigos live in. They're just several miles away.
I kind of give a stare out into it and go, I know you're out there somewhere. If you come bother me again, there's gonna be trouble.
The little bunny stands up with antlers and is like and turns
Take
and
out
goes back
my
into the woods.
bow.
Wendelopes.
Wendelopes.
I take Lou out and I set him down. I go, all right, so I did a thing and I think it's pretty cool. It's like when you're on my hip and we're running, it's like someone can like grab you off my hip. And if you're in my hood and we're running, it's like you can fall out. And I've been very lucky in a very long time that you've never actually fallen out. So that's very nice. But I did a thing and I kind of like I pick him up in kind of my armor around where he would normally sit in my hood has now been stitched another harness.
Mhm.
So I just like put him into the harness in the hood. And I go, all right, this is going to be a bit bumpy, but I really want to show you because I'm really excited. And I just start running around and dive rolling and jumping. Like I climb up a tree and then I run back down the tree.
Agnes,
Yeah.
you have a much higher passive perception than the others.
Yeah.
You hear a lot of this. He is making a racket.
I'm having the zoomies.
I am laying there. I'm laying there with my eyes closed and I refuse to open them. I was like, love my friends. Love my friends. Love my friends.
And
This-
beside
this
you,
only
you
g-
just hear snoring. And on the other side, you just hear whatever sounds owls make while they sleep.
So Agnes was in Hemlig for a while, and Magnus's house is astonishingly quiet because unseen servants do everything, and he's an old person and just like keeps to himself. And so Agnes is not as used to super noisy people, and these guys snore a lot.
Yes.
Yes. This only goes on for like 5 or so minutes. I just really want to prove my
Yeah.
point to Lou, and I kind of take Lou out of the thing and I go, see, it's very secure. You'll be just fine. I don't want to like constrict you more than I have to, but I'm kind of afraid that like, as we start doing more dangerous things, and meeting more dangerous people, and like they're not very trustworthy people, let's be honest. I just want to make sure you're safe and no one can take you from me.
Now, I have a question. How stylish are Lou's assless chaps that you've sewn into your hood?
It just looks like the one on my hip, but it's sewn into my hood.
Yeah. And
I
he
don't-
he
it's not
looks
a
at you
pants
with a
one.
little glimmer in his marble eye and he's like,
I go, good. As long as you're not going to complain about it, because like it's for your safety, and I think that that should be something that should be very, very good, and nothing that you should complain about. Because if you get lost, I don't know what I'm going to do. I, I would do things I probably would not normally do. So you need to make sure that you're good and safe. And I sit there for the rest of my watch, and yeah, that's what I do. I just sit there and stare out at the wood line, just making sure if that rabbit comes back, I'm going to shoot at
Wendigo bunnies ahoy, and like uh long-legged kappa like things to the south. They're coming at you from all sides.
Okay, first off, the cat-like things are my friends, so we're
Yeah.
okay there.
Yeah. They would be your backup in this case.
Exactly.
But yeah,
A great Wendigo Kappa battle of 1942.
Time passes and you're keeping an eye on the stars, and you're like, when it's about by that tree, it's Hoots' turn. And it's Hoots' turn. He did this to himself. He chose this point.
It's true.
It was either be the one waking up Quill or wake up being woken up by Quill. Who's made a decision?
I'm gonna roll stealth.
Yep. That's
For
a
26.
26. You're fine. Nobody hears you. What do you got?
I on all fours. On all fours, I crawl onto Hoots' sleeping bag over top of him.
Mhm.
I get real close.
Yep.
I go, Hoot, it's your turn.
Hoots half opens an eye and goes, "If you ever do that again, I'm gonna make you swallow the barrel of my shotgun. Do we understand each other?"
Quill just kind of smiles and goes, "You like me?"
If only you were wrong, good buddy.
As I go to get into my sleeping bag, that I take with me from where I was originally sitting, I kind of turn to Hoots and I go, "So, I have a quick question for you."
Okay. Hold that thought, buddy. And he uncorks the bottle of boundless coffee and just starts on it. Okay, I'm ready. Let's do it. Let's see
So,
what you
like,
got.
obviously, things fall from the sky like meteors and everything. But, like, do they know to landing craters? Like, how does that work? Is it like a magnet thing? 'Cause I learned about magnets recently. That was very exciting.
So, okay. It's like, okay. I'm going to be completely honest with you, good buddy. You don't ask a lot of stupid questions.
That's
In
not
fact,
true. We
most of
both
them
know
are
this.
perfectly valid if you were perhaps a cat turned into a person at some point. But I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I don't have the time or spoons to explain to you how kinetic impacts work. You know what? No, it's gonna bother me if I don't. And Poots pulls out his notepad and he's like, "I'm gonna teach you how ballistic physics works really quickly here." And with pen in hand, cross-legged beside Quill in his sleeping bag, he's going to begin explaining the ballistics of high velocity impacts to him until he falls asleep.
Which is within 4 minutes of you starting.
And as he sits there and watches Quill sleep for a minute, he goes, "If I'd thought of this earlier, if I had thought of this earlier, I would be a much saner man." A much saner man.
I'm just picturing in 5 years from now, David doing this to his daughter.
We're gonna explain orbital trajectories and how rockets are calculated. Back it's me sitting in the chair in her room, writing it down on a whiteboard, and her just
Screw bedtime stories. We're doing basic physics here.
Because here's the reasoning. When you see most crater sites, they've already been smoothed out and they're relaxed and they're there and they look like they're supposed to be there. They're not rough. They're not new. Typically, any ones that Quill would have seen in his time. So the meteor that may have caused it's not there anymore. So it's gone away. As if someone's taken it. There's a perfect little hole that it was matched for. As if that's where it's supposed to land, and that's where his brain.
Aerial debris is a thing. that settles on really even sort of. Anyways, so Hoots, you're awake.
I'm awake. And you need a perception check.
I do indeed.
That's a 21.
All right. It's the middle of the night, approaching the wee hours of the morning, and off in the distance, across the lake, close to that mountainside that you guys, you almost abandoned all of your friends to. I'm just gonna keep bringing it up. You kind of squint for a second, as you can swear you swear the mountain moved, and you saw a face of some kind. But it wasn't really a face so much as like the face of the mountain kind of did this. And you see part of the mountain just like slide back down into the lake slowly, like you're slowly inching your way into a warm hot tub. And it seems to have dozens of arms.
Nope, don't like that.
Yeah.
Don't.
We are talking about something like it looks like the side of the mountain just kind of shifted and went like.
That was a rock slide.
Sure it was.
Hold on. I don't know if Hoots actually believes himself or not, but he's gonna say that it was a rock slide.
You used deception. Can you roll insight for yourself, please, David?
Yeah. Oh, right. Sorry, but that's right. That's how this goes.
It's
No,
how well
Hoots.
how well can Hoots lie to himself about this?
Apparently not well.
Apparently not well. We're going to for context, and it's not exactly this, but give me a sec. I'm gonna give you a picture.
We don't have us fight a friggin' mountain.
You send me a picture from Frozen 2. I'm going to.
Not quite.
What?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell
want
you.
to touch it.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Quill is going to become friends with it.
Probably.
There will
I
be no
want-
boss battle. There will be nothing but friendship.
Putting in my notes here.
I don't think it's an evil thing.
Mountain is actually a weirdly handsome man.
And again, it's not a perfect
Look at those rock hard abs.
the very very rock
He's
hard abs.
chiseled from stone.
Yeah.
Oof.
Not a perfect rendition
Older
of that,
shoulders.
but close. And yeah, this is
Stone face.
this is miles off.
Man.
Everything else is quiet.
That was good.
There are birds. There are animal noises in the woods that are chock full of wendigos. That's the sign that there are probably no wendigos right now, is because you can hear animals. And you give a little like once over up and down, and nothing bothers you.
Except for the giant
Rock slide.
The rock slide.
The handsome rock slide. Your time is yours. Is there anything you'd like to tinker with or do before waking Agnes?
So Hoots has been trying to figure out, since gunpowder, as far as even in his travels, he's been able to find is worthless. It is effective. I'm imagining it's mostly like saltpeter that he's been able to find, which is not black powder, as hard as some people will try to convince you that it is.
You've found no thermite here,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Hoots has been trying to build a rifle that relies on channeling his magic to throw bullets, basically.
Well, that's kind of the basic principle behind your force ballista.
Hoots is basically trying to build a like replicatable version of that.
Okay.
that he's been working on, and it's mostly schematics. It's literally just like notes in his thing of him like, oh, I saw this spell used. This could be a thing. And it's got like tried using catapult as a second level spell, or the more powerful spell of catapult, blue hole in wall, promising question mark.
Yeah.
Does
Um,
does thermite exist in D&D?
not fireball exists in D&D, so it's kind of the same thing.
Sure, but
Glyph of warding exists.
could he make a cannon that shoots active thermite?
You'd probably be doing something like alchemist fire, where it hits something and it goes. That's more of a napalm thing, I guess, because thermite explodes. But
Hoots has been basically trying to find a way to get a projectile to go at least firearm velocities, but Hoots is also a sci-fi nerd, so if he can get it up to railgun velocities, he's going to be down with it. And according to snippets from one of Agnes's books and some other notes, he heard about something called the settler can or the
peasant railgun.
Village.
the peasant railgun, which he believes to actually be a physical railgun someone has built and not a like physics defying like game mechanic. So it's
does
like,
not work, by the way.
so he has it like circled in his notes somewhere where it's like peasant railgun question mark, and it's like circled with like underlines being like, what is this? But that's what Hoots has been working on. It's kind of a way to create man portable items similar to a force ballista.
All I'm picturing is Hoots going up to like a village going, okay, when you ready your action, and they're just like, what?
And this comes down to like, you are like the cultivators in a martial arts movie where you guys can do all these fantastical things because the physics principles of the world don't necessarily apply to you the way they apply to everybody else. You're not dancing on bamboo, or they're not dancing on bamboo. You are. You're roll me a tinkerer's tools check, please. You can guide yourself if you choose to.
I should have proficiency with my tinkerer's tools.
You should.
I do. I had to go take a look and see, but I definitely do.
We'll call it intelligence because you're drawing schematics here. Your theory crap.
We're gonna do that. I don't know if that actually worked or not. He's gonna use that on himself.
Yep.
Because he is one of those creatures.
You're using aid on yourself?
I don't have guidance, I don't think.
You're an artificer. I'm surprised you didn't take the guidance cantrip for yourself.
No. I knew that would make sense metatextually. It did not make sense for something Hoots would do.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
Oh wait, no, hold that thought. That's right. Hoots has
you have a tool
that does specifically that. Okay, hold on. We gotta work this out because this does not like.
Yeah, you can just go ahead and roll the Tinkerer's Tools check and then roll a d4 separately.
Okay.
You can modify your sheet later.
I've changed the order of things. Plus a d4.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be a 15.
15. Catapult seems to have the appropriate world principle that you're looking at. You're like, I need to somehow take this, and like you have an understanding of how basic firearms work and like black powder muskets work.
Yeah.
And you're like, there is something in the way of black powder firing. Like and gunpowder for that matter. You have shotgun shells with you.
Mm-hmm.
The gunpowder in those shells will not ignite. It looks like it got wet or something.
Yeah.
Something is in the way of it going.
And Hoots is like basically imagine that this is probably the same principle that makes a lot of things from Earth not work properly.
Somebody explained a weave to you at some point.
Yeah.
You and Albrin, I think, talked about it a little bit.
Yeah.
And he's like, electrical devices, there's stuff in the way, so it shorts everything out. And much like how gunpowder, when it gets wet, is basically rendered inert, unless you can, you know, alchemically reform it.
Balls
I'm gonna say your your balls are inert.
That's true. As Quill, my balls have been made inert.
The balls are inert.
He's
I'm also picturing Hoots with a weave.
You must construct additional pylons.
That being said, you have unlocked the first step in because of your role. I'm not giving you a lot, but your ideas hold water. And
Ooh.
you're fairly confident that the a single shot gun of some kind, you're approaching it from a very Renaissance sort of perspective of like, I need to take this little metal ball and put it over there in a mundane way.
Yeah.
Where you already have access to laser pistols, but you're like, but I don't want to use the laser pistol. I want to use the musket. You
Fire
can't
damage can be repelled. Ballistics cannot. Sometimes a 50 caliber to the chest is the solution.
You specifically saw a man in the pits catch an arrow with his fingers that was going way too fast for you to see, and it's like, I wonder if he could do that with a bullet. I need to make guns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be the Hoots logic of like,
You so this falls under the whole figuring out firearms from the DMG, page 267, all that jazz.
And then you put glyph of wardings on your bullets so that if a monk ever does just catch it, it explodes on them.
Can't move it, unfortunately.
Why?
If it moves more than 10 feet from where it's placed, it's rendered inert.
Sorry.
No, on the physical bullet,
explosive room. No, what was it? I prepared
Explosive rune is what became glyph of warding in 5e. Yeah.
Yeah, but you said it can't be moved more than 10 feet. They're putting it on the bullet, not the gun.
on the bullet.
Yeah. Once the bullet moves or once you cast it on the bullet and then you load it in your gun and you go for a walk, your spell is rendered inert.
That's how warding works, yeah.
That's how warding works. The way around that is you store all your bullets in a demiplane, and then you reach in and you pull your gun out of a demiplane and you fire point blank range into somebody's face. But I digress.
We found the loophole.
You found the loophole. And
Hoots,
you've been
got a
researching
demiplane, right?
demiplanes with that Warforged Titan. So it all comes full circle. It's going to take a couple more rolls, and I'm going to make a tracker for you, a la what we're doing with Dern. But you are on your path to introducing some kind of an alchemical gunpowder that actually functions here, based on the places that are here. I'll let you know right now, it's probably going to be alchemical in nature. It's probably going to be based on arcanium, because you can imbue intent into arcanium and other dragon shard materials. And if you want it to be physical, so be it. If you want it to be magical, that's an entirely different conversation that goes a different path. But yeah,
I
We'll
have an
talk about
idea actually for this that I've wanted to bring up for a while, because the railgun idea, it was from a dream that led into a sci-fi idea that led into this. So we will have a conversation about how this works.
Yep. 100%. Magic items exist that can replicate first level spells, like catapult.
Yeah.
So you're sketching through and you look at the sky and you're like, oh shit, that's the sun.
Time to wake up
And
Agnes.
go and wake up Agnes. And
Uh,
I envision her like Princess Anna and Frozen. She's like,
Yeah. It's just funny because she gets woken up at the light of, she's a really light, her perception's so high that she's a really light sleeper, but she's also a very loud sleeper.
yeah, Hoots is just gonna kind of like lean down and give her shoulder a shake.
She goes, "Is it morning already?"
It's your turn, princess.
Oh, don't call me that. I need that coffee jug, please.
Yeah, sure. Oh,
And
I don't
she
remember the rules of this. Can I pour it into a cup?
Yep. Yes.
No.
The lid of this bottle is a cup.
Well, if he puts it into its
Is it a
own lid,
thermos?
yes.
Yeah.
It's okay, cool. So he's gonna pour it into the lid of the thermos. And
Yeah. You don't have unending coffee that you just pour and fill a lake with. But yeah, for the sake of like ease, you have a thermos.
You have a thermos and I can take the stainless steel lid and have a little cup of coffee for a second.
Sorry. I should note. There's two things with this bottle. Every time you drink it, you have to roll a d20. On a 1, it refuses to dispense coffee for an hour. That's not that important. But 2, if you pour coffee from the bottle rather than drinking from it, it vanishes as it leaves the bottle. That is in the official description. It cannot go into cups. It has to be drank from the bottle.
I see.
I drink from the bottle.
Yeah.
Just a little sip
That seems fair.
to get me going. Like, there are no cooties here.
Yeah.
We're fine.
I feel
see,
like
all you have to do
begin with.
all you have to do is take a big old swig of whiskey first, and then you sip the coffee. It's all sanitary that way.
Actually, Hoots, Auntie Far told me all the cooties are living over east of the Grove.
Specifically towards the pits and the bennies.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
You should go back to sleep. It's almost morning. You woke me up a little late today. You need your rest.
Yeah, sure. And he stops and he goes, "One thing, Agnes,
Yeah.
before I catch the last of my shut eye. You spent time in Hemlig, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was fun.
Did you find it weirdly reminiscent of home?
Yeah. A little too
And-
reminiscent of home sometimes.
Yeah.
How far did you make it? I didn't cross paths with you. I was there for a while, but I mean it's a big place. So where did you make it to?
Oh, I went to Tayo for a little
Oh,
while. I learned
Magnus had
blacksmithing.
Magnus had a mission over there, but I was busy that day.
I spent most of my time in the smithing ring. It's weird that that entire town is built in concentric circles. It doesn't
is-
seem logical to me.
Well, despite what you might think, not everything's logical.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Turn stirs in his sleep after hearing that laugh.
It was an interesting time.
I want to make it back to Tayo one day. Maybe you and I could go together.
I'd like that. It's a good town.
I've never tried blacksmithing. It seems like a lot of fun, but I tried to lift a hammer once and I fell over. So I don't know if it's really my cup of tea. Would you like
Well,
some tea?
I'm gonna be heading back to bed soon.
She's
but
getting hyper. The caffeine is like, she hasn't had real caffeine and she's like getting more and more hyped up.
There is
we-
that.
we will maybe we'll show
Good
you some.
coffee.
Thank you. It's been worth the gift. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd love to
I think-
hear about more of your time in Hemlig sometime.
Yeah.
But yeah,
For now,
I could tell you a little bit more about where I got around. It was pretty cool.
sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah. Good times. Funny,
Okay.
there's so many different so many similarities and differences from home.
Yeah.
You ever think about going
Back to Hemlig or back home?
home? If you want to call it that. But yeah, home.
Thought about it, and while you were gone, we had an opportunity to I don't know how to put it. It was like a glimpse of those last moments before we came here. And I don't think there's I don't think the stuff that people think they're going back to exists the way it was. And I think for the first time in a long time, Agnes, that maybe this is the better place to be.
Maybe.
And it's not perfect, but home wasn't really perfect, was it?
No.
And I think coming here, I have an opportunity to do something that really makes a difference. Or maybe, you know, not.
Well, I think you make a pretty big difference here. At least for us.
I'm glad
So
you're back.
I'm really glad I'm back too. It was a bittersweet being away and so fun being back. I'm going to go catch the last of the stars before the sun comes up. You go get to sleep.
You have fun.
I always do. And Agnes is gonna go take a look around.
Roll me perception.
Oh, mouse. 10.
A 10. I envision Agnes like stretched out on the lily pad, and it's just like rotating as you're looking at the sky
Yep.
in slow. It's just kind of like working its way about, and the the sun is starting to crest over the mountains at this point. So things are fading fast, but um, yeah, you're doing what you can. You see a familiar sky where it's slightly different from Hemlig because you're many time zones away,
Yep.
right?
I've got my little amulet out and I'm just fiddling.
Hmm.
I am not charting tonight.
Yeah.
I'm just figuring out where we are in correlation to them.
Yeah. You've got your ears tuned, and you're starting to hear the sounds of songbirds, bugs, and just like uh, nothing seems to be outwardly aggressively hostile. Um, it's the quiet hours of the morning, and you start to hear your friends stir without much incident.
And as they start stirring, I sit up and I'm sitting on the edge of the lily pad that's like floating up 10 feet and my feet are dangling. And I'm just like sitting there looking around. I'm like, I say, who wants to go throw stones in the Lake Arneson? As my wake good morning call to my friends. Who wants to go throw stones in Lake Arneson?
Dern just kind of stirs awake, looking up. His pillow has attached to one of his horns as he sits up, so there's just a pillow like inside one of the horns.
Mhm.
He's just like,
Oh, look, you're awake. Good. Let's go.
Dern begrudgingly just follows Agnes to throw a couple of stones.
Breakfast is had.
We're not throwing stones far into Lake Arneson.
Yeah,
we're going to
no.
stay right in the shallow.
Breakfast is had, and there are fun times on a lily pad, and you camp up and set on your path forward to go and find out about your friend. And we're gonna go to break because I gotta pee. It is time. We'll be back in like 10 minutes, give or take, and see you in just a little bit. And we're back.
Over break, not to kind of take away here, but someone sent me a weird message on Twitter over break, and asked about
Was
post
it
it.
Elon?
Honestly, with the way this message is, it might be. I'll post it. I'll post it in chat here on our stream.
How concerned? How?
Blue square cult.
Oh.
Sorry. Yeah, that was caught by
Oh.
the firewall.
Oh yeah. Oh, interesting.
I'm not clicking on that.
Oh.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
you
know
should.
what? You really should, David.
You should.
Yeah.
Where has the blue square gone? Wherefore art thou, blue square? Hold on. For the viewing audience. If you notice, there's a whole lot of like blue squares in the background. You'll have to tune into previous episodes to maybe get some context, but this will probably not make it into the podcast.
This will not make it into the podcast.
It'll be okay.
Just include it as a link that people can look at.
With no explanation.
No explanation whatsoever. I
Go
love
here to
it.
support us.
Honestly, I feel like we just keep it forever and it'll be the merch site.
Now we have to sell a shirt that's literally just a blue square in the dead center. But
Yeah.
it can't be like an actual. It has to be somebody has to screen cap and like apply that blue square to it.
Oh,
Yes.
Art, you think I don't have a vector of that already made? You'd be sorely mistaken.
We are all in awe of your commitment, Matt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's good.
You
I'll wear
gather
it.
your party and venture forth. Sans blue square.
No, we look up and then we find out that Agnes has painted a little blue square on the back or on the side of Quill's goggles.
So
if
No,
if
whose
Hoots ever
goggles? No,
retires, he's
Guys.
opening a bar called the Blue Square. It's determined.
Now, is that where you go to hear blues or where you go to square dance? Or
Yes.
both?
Both.
Yes.
You square dance to blues music.
What kind
Now,
of
that is the
raised
TikTok
and-
content that I've been waiting for.
what the fuck kind of raised in Lethbridge hootenanny is this shit?
Says the guy from Starwood.
They didn't have enough bars to dance in. Ugh. Rocks fall. Everybody. Somebody yells hoedown and your girlfriend hits the floor.
So the original version of that, David.
Jesus.
Oh, damn. The original version of that, David, was it referenced the most recent grace of the Blue Square. It was a recent screen cap of the last stream we had.
Yeah.
And then you painted your freaking wall.
Mm-hmm. I did paint my wall, and you know what? I fucking love it.
Yeah, we were going to actually all of us have just cardboard on the walls as well. Just have blue squares.
We have talked about the blue square on your wall in like conversations you haven't been in more than we've talked about other things.
There's that.
I'm glad the blue square. Now I feel like I almost do have to paint just a white line around where the square used to be.
You need
We
to
Exactly.
put a
would love
frame,
you for it. Yes,
a frame
please.
up.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I
And
would
then
be
paint
much
in the frame.
more. I would be much more into him actually just rough painting a square.
As funny as the bit would be, my wife would kill me. She would come downstairs, see it, and go.
Hang a tapestry in front of it when you're not streaming. It's fine.
A
It just means that you
tapestry?
have to get a tapestry or hang a shield in front of it.
Somewhere I have an old silk dragon banner that I could hang in front
Ooh.
of it.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Or a map of Kanto. I don't know. We can take our pick.
Yeah.
Also,
You-
a very good one.
Yeah.
The best,
All right.
the best region, obviously.
So
I don't know.
I don't. So it's already almost 9 o'clock IRL. So let's
Bite
see if we
me.
can
Look.
make it to the. What's happening right now?
Kanto is the best region.
Kanto
the
is
best
not
region.
the best region.
You're wrong.
It is.
You're allowed
the
to be wrong, but you have to
it
be
is
so
the
loud about it.
Original region.
Yes.
Okay,
It
but
is
what's your
not the
favorite?
best.
Okay. What's the best one?
The best, I think, is the one that is black and white.
Oh,
Shut your
No,
whore
sorry,
mouth.
not black and
Ugh.
white. Not black and white. Sorry. Is it black and white?
You
can't- you
shut
can't-
your whore
So I
mouth.
knew you were going to
Hold
be
on,
wrong,
hold
but
on,
why'd
hold
you
on,
have
hold
to
on.
be that wrong?
Hold on.
the only
hold
thing
on.
worse you could have said was Sun and Shield. Like
No,
Or
Sun and
Moon.
Moon sucks.
Sword and Shield.
Sword and Shield.
whatever.
Hold on.
You know what? That produced like woolly goats, and that's the only redeeming factor of that game.
No,
Oh, yeah, we got
yes, black
Wooloo.
and white
Wooloo's,
is one of
yeah.
the best regions. I will fight on that.
I hope you were ready to die for those words, because boy,
All right.
I will
Here's
fight
what we're
you.
gonna do.
Is
There's
that
only
the one with
there's
the
only
big
one thing to
bridge?
do.
Like the
Yes.
bike bridge?
We each
No,
have
no,
to
no.
get our DSs, and we're gonna have a Pokemon battle.
Yeah,
And
Yeah, we
you're gonna
will.
fucking lose because I go hardcore min-max competitive EVs.
You don't say. No way.
And Riley has to use only things from black and white,
all right,
and I will use only things from Kanto.
all right.
You will
then I'm
win.
gonna do Johto because I want Houndoom,
Oh, that's
and
sensible,
literally
though.
no other reason.
I
I
mean,
want to
the-
listen to the theme songs.
Diamond and Pearl was excellent because it gave me rolls, but you know.
We're not going to
Johto
fight
does
about
have
the
an
Pokemon
amazing
map right now.
like song. So
That being said, you know what? Even better, I've got a copy of the 5th edition Pokemon role-playing game, the set. So we're gonna do a one-shot here as trainers at some point in the future.
Is it
And
the
we
one
will
done
settle
by Pointy Hat and like
I think so.
Antonio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
can I just throw it out here? I don't need 2 episodes to do the holiday special. One of those could be Pokemon.
Yeah, we'll figure it out because you know, them's fucking fighting words.
Yeah, they are.
And
They
I-
are.
I've got some gauntlets to throw down here.
You have some rose-tinted glasses on, sir.
No, I don't. I've perfectly valid feelings that are backed up by facts. Cold hard facts.
I will conclude with my only opinion of this being, where did we get a quote that Ted Cruz used as part of his campaigning? Oh, that's right. From the era of Kanto. He quoted Mewtwo.
Wait, seriously?
That was in
Or
the
it-
movie. That hardly counts.
But that movie, oh my gosh, that movie. And did you watch the remake? Because it's
Yeah.
exactly the
Mm.
animated movie. But it's also so heartbreaking. And they all cry. And then I cry. If you want to cry because you need to like emotionally release, and it's not like you cry every day anyway, go watch the Pokemon movie.
So
Do you
Mac,
need a
I'm
hug?
just updating the handout for Riley's box.
Why do you
For-
think Agnes is taking this turn?
I'm just updating the handout for Riley's box to make it infinitely worse than it was going to be. And I'm not sorry to hand this to you.
Oh no.
I'll get you a map and like the 80 tokens it's gonna take.
All right, Riley.
It's just
I'm
fucking
going to need a
days.
500-word essay on why you think that's better
Got it.
to at least
You're-
justify even kind of why.
You're allowed,
Alright.
but N was a bitch. So
I'm not talking about the story. I'm not talking about any of that. You're talking about the region. Anyway, we're playing D&D. Let's get back to that.
No, this is it now. This is it. We spent an hour getting to a campsite and we're never
it's
leaving.
okay. It's okay.
We're starting a new town.
It's called Kanto and it's the greatest town.
You camp up, you pack up, you leave your friend Dern to die.
How far? Hey, Hoots. If I fly and you fly, because I can fly,
You can fly?
I
You can fly?
for short periods of time. I can fly.
How does that? Well, I mean, you can or you can shape into a mouse and then have a familiar fly you. Yeah.
No. Oh. Hmm.
You can't
Nope.
wild shape a flying form yet.
That's the plan. That's a plan coming. Okay, so we have to tie Dern to a tree until I learn how to fly, and then we're going to fly him over Lake Arneson, and we're going to drop him into Lake Arneson and see if he can
I
swim.
don't think it's that crazy.
Guys, you're gonna make him cry.
I'm not gonna cry. I'm just thinking
I'm
you're
I
insane.
watched Pokemon.
Good. Feel the hate. Feel it.
Don't give.
I'm just
the
gonna keep drinking my
satisfaction.
hand grenade beer and call it a day.
Good man.
I'm so okay. So I love this game, but guys, I'm slightly disengaged right now because I'm so focused on
All right.
Pokemon.
Bring it around now.
All right. Can we speed run to get into
Yes.
the elf territory?
You form your camp, or fold up your camp. You get back to the road, and you carry on down the path. It's reasonably uneventful. You pass a familiar bridge that has a bunch of folks fishing on it. Still, almost
I try
a
not to
dozen.
make eye contact with Quill as we go by the fish bridge.
Fucking
Quill?
damn right.
Would you like to take this opportunity?
Do what?
The
Oh,
fish.
everybody else has demonstrated.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, Agnes.
Quill gets, as you're walking along the bridge, and he kind of stops alongside some fishermen. He goes, "That's a very nice pole you got there. Do you want to see mine?"
Sorry, this took a very different turn from what I was anticipating.
And before they have a chance to answer, Quill pulls this little, 5-inch piece of wood out. And he
He's
kinda
measured
looks- It's a perfectly normal size of wood.
It's only
and
that small because it's cold out.
You're about to find out that Quill's a grower, not a show.
Oh God.
And he looks at the rod, and being that he's not the smartest with things, the power word for his rod that he has chosen, he looks at it and he goes, "Fish!" And the rod grows to being 10 feet long.
That's the power word for my rod as well.
That means a whole new thing for going fishing. Anyways,
You're not
and
wrong.
his rod grows to 10 feet long, and as it does this, a hook, a line, and a reel at the same time off of this rod. As these just fishermen kind of stare at him like, "What the?" And he kind of casts his line out into the water.
Roll me a fishing check.
What is that?
Just roll me a d20.
Survival.
I give you survival. That's reasonable.
Just I have no idea why my brain was ready with that.
That's a 22.
Yeah.
You know what?
Give me my fish.
Quill's like, bam, son. And he's got this rod in his hand, and it's an impressive rod. It's not girthy, but it is supple. And he with one cast, he does the goofy, and he twiddles his toes a little bit, and he's like, the perfect cast. And it flows
I
over
love
his
that
head.
movie so much.
Yeah. And he dips it into the water, and he's making direct eye contact with Agnes. And he's like, you feel a little shudder in your arm, and you're like, bam. And you pull it back, and a fish comes sailing out on the first cast. And Agnes, roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, I was gonna say if I can too.
Yeah, you can if you want. This can happen however you like. But I want to see if Agnes gets hit in the face with a fish.
I'll roll mine, and if I fail what I'm gonna do,
21.
we'll see what happens. Okay, let's see if I fail my go.
You didn't. Quill, this happens. This plays out however you want it to play out. What happens?
I fish. I do that thing and I whip it up as the fish is coming flying up. I put my other free hand up in the air with one claw out.
Your bee's quick.
Hold on 1 second. This is important.
Yep. This is important.
Give a man a fish once.
Hello.
Teach a man to
You're
fish. You're
fine.
gonna pay for it the rest of your life.
As I like flick it back and I'm looking at, not with an angry look at you, but like this is my fish look.
Mhm,
Raise my claw up and it just
mhm.
catches the belly as it flies past and slices itself perfectly up. As the guts come out and it lands on the ground behind me with no guts in it anymore. I pick my fish up and I like,
I'd like to point out that if you're doing this and the guts are spilling out as it's above you,
no. It tears open and as it finishes its thing.
okay, it does
Yeah.
a perfect arc, and the guts fall separately from this fish like a boss.
Exactly. And I pick it up and I put it on one of my little carabiners, like just through the
Yep.
back of it, and I put it on my carabiner. I
Put
go,
it on
"Fish
your
is
lead."
lunch.
Yep.
I look at my rod again and I go, fish. And it back down to 5 inches, and I put it in my bag, and
I have to throw a caveat on your magic item, because the command word for putting it down is slightly different. So it's actually mischief managed.
I hate that.
I'm really
Ah,
good.
mischief managed.
Couldn't
and
it at least have been like fish sticks and custard or something? Did it have
Oh.
to be?
What is that?
fish fingers and custard? Oh yeah,
So I would do fish fingers to have it come out, and then custard to put it away.
that would be. Quill and Agnes, off in the distance, you hear. You turn and you see upriver as you see little creatures hopping from rock to rock, smelling fish. Boots, your PTSD kicks in, and you look at a reminiscent hole that's been patched in your shoe. Because it's springtime. Crocs are back, baby. You have a fish, and you carry on. No, last time you went north at this bridge and followed the river. This time you're heading east. You consult the map that again, it's a rough drawn map. Who's carrying that, by the way?
Hoots would definitely hold on to that.
Okay, yeah.
But Quill is like the navigator. So
It's literally one of Hoots' skills.
okay.
Mhm.
Well,
I
between
don't-
the two
I
of you,
don't-
we're never getting lost.
I don't need a map. He can have the map.
Hoots has like cartographer's tools specifically for map making.
Agnes and Quill can like have a hard time getting lost on stuff because of their backgrounds. Hoots is just also good at that thing.
And then Dern.
And then Dern.
Are you
Dur-
guys like
dur-
mad at me?
No.
Why would we be mad at you?
Dern
It's not like
looks
every
at the
time you
map and
turn
he's
around,
like,
you
the
go
map
like-
says that there's a tree and then there's a bush and then there's a giant capital R. But I don't see the capital R that is on the map. Where is your R's? Take me to your R's.
Here's our problem today is that everybody's just like randomly frustrated at Dern. Quill
Yeah.
seems frustrated with Agnes because fish. Agnes is like mildly mad at
Look.
everyone.
Look, families squabble all the time. It's fine. Rocks fall, everybody dies. It's all good. This is
Yeah.
because the blue square left us.
Yes.
It's really all David's fault, and we should
Yes.
direct all of our
Yes.
angst at him. That
Hey,
being said,
Hoots,
Yes.
what happens if I add cinnamon to your coffee mug?
things that go in it don't. You have to put the cinnamon in your mouth, and then you,
Oh, it's a
So you
cinnamon
put it-
challenge all over again.
yeah, you put a teaspoon of cinnamon in, and then drink the coffee.
Ooh,
Yeah, you
we should
physically
all totally
cannot
do the
add anything
cinnamon
to that.
challenge in game. I have a bag of cinnamon now.
No.
Who wants a spoon?
Hard
You
no.
could- You consult the map, and you're fairly confident you can pretty much straight shot it down towards the village. The path continues over some grassy plains. You remember specifically that there were not just velociraptors, but a bunch of different dinosaurs that lived out on those plains. Some
I
of them
wanna
much bigger than you guys.
Is there anything that looks like Ducky? Yep, yep,
Um,
yep, yep, yep.
no, specifically not. Ducky would be considered a very big dinosaur for this ecosystem. The majority of them are much smaller than that.
Every time that Agnes sees the dinosaur, she goes, yep, 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 yep.
There are spattered about, not just near the river, but throughout the plains. Occasionally, you'll see like a little tail up, and
Yep,
then
yep,
several.
yep, yep,
Yeah. Dinosaurs are real. They live here, and they want to eat your shoes.
yep, 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 yep.
You carry along. Roll me a group survival check.
Group survival. However, will I?
And Melissa, you can feel free to guide yourself when you like on these.
I have to update my character sheet so I can do that. I'll still guide myself. I'll roll it.
Sure.
Oh, nice.
That does. Between the three of you that now passed, it's easy enough to kind of circumnavigate where the road is and where your landmarks are, off in the distance, and at one point, strikingly close to the road, there are a bunch of relic sloths that are just lounging in the plains. One of them is laying down, and there are tiny velociraptors climbing on top of it. And
Yep,
it
yep, yep.
doesn't seem terribly bothered by them. And they're not biting it. They're eating the little things that live in its fur.
Is it a sloth? Did you say it's a sloth?
Yeah, it's a relic sloth.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
those
relic.
big. It's those big things that we saw, or that
Yeah.
James showed the picture of.
I
How
can
far away
touch
from
it.
us?
200 feet.
I want to touch it.
I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals
I
with
want to
my
touch
free
it.
one,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna call out. Is it okay if I pet you?
Let me double check. I just gotta see the rules for your spell.
Just occurred to me, David, you didn't tell us that the mountain moved.
Nope.
Nope,
It
'cause
didn't. There was a
It was a
rock
rock
slide.
slide.
What is wrong with you people? All right. So, David, you're like, oh, I saw the mountain move into Lake Arneson. I'm not going to tell anyone. Quill, like the first time we walked by it, is like a giant thing jumps out of the lake. I'm not going to tell anybody ever.
They talked about the lizard wizard together.
We did.
See, here's the thing. Boots saw the mountain move, saw it look like some kind of god out of an anime, and went, no, that's not what I saw.
That didn't happen. I'm drunk. Or will be.
See nothing.
I
and
will be
drink
drinking to forget
The problem
this.
is that eventually we're going to know all the secrets of what makes Lake Arneson work, except we won't have told each other. We're all
Yeah.
going to die together.
And that's how campaigns are run. There's so many things I can sprinkle in here and there because most of you don't know about it. It's great. Quill, you
Yes, ma'am.
touch your heart for a second to have a heart to heart, and you call out a few hundred feet away, and it kind of like raises one shaggy eyebrow at you. And I'm just gonna put it on the map so you guys have a good comprehension again of the size of these things, because they're fairly fairly large and in charge. And I'll throw the map to you for a sec. Yeah, like they're tall boys, right?
Yeah.
And I'll just do that.
They walk on their knuckles.
They do walk on their knuckles. They have large, sharp claws, but that they can use to defend themselves. And it raises a sleepy-looking eyebrow at you, and it's got its tufts out, and it It says, "That is fine."
And I turn back to the group and I go, "It says that we can go pet it."
Dern is
On route. She's so
And Quill
excited.
takes off towards the giant.
Dern's like,
This thing does not have harnesses or leads or anything on it. There are a number of them just lounging in the fields.
I want to scratch it on its cheek.
Yeah.
Dern
It,
looks to
it
Hoots.
accepts your scritches.
Dern looks to Hoots and just goes, just kind of sighs.
The velociraptors that are on top of this thing, however,
Can I also see the velociraptors?
you most certainly can.
Cool. I go, they said I can pet it, so we don't want any trouble. We just want to pet it.
Wood. Mine. 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 My food. Mine. Mine.
Dern smiles and looks at Hoots and goes, "Didn't you want to pet those
I
ones?"
did.
Mine.
I'm honestly good this time around. Somebody else can have a go.
Fish. Fish.
This
Fish?
fish is poison. It's for a
Fish?
trap. It's a trap fish.
I'm gonna start backing up.
Fish. Two of them hop down and they're like, they're at Quill's feet at this point, and they are tiny creatures, and they're like, they look at you and they look at the fish, and they look at you and they look at the fish, and they look at you and they look at the fish. Like when you're looking at your partner's meal and then you look them in the eye.
Order
You're
your
gonna-
own fries.
You're gonna eat that, right? Right? Sure looks
Right?
tasty.
Right?
It's poison.
I don't know what that means,
It makes you sick.
but it's fish. Fish. Fish.
It's bad fish.
And you hear off in the distance, in the grass, closer to where the other relic sloths are. Fish, 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 fish. Fish. And you see little tails like slowly starting to.
Dern
got
just,
fish. You've
Dern
got
just
fish.
crosses
Fish.
his arms, just goes,
Fish.
"No, this is gonna be funny."
Fish.
Dern, buddy, we should pull him out of there.
Fish.
Yeah, I guess
this is gonna go
I-
south real
I take
fast.
the fish and I hold it above my head and go, "This is not for you."
Quill.
Fish.
Dern,
Quill.
grab him. Grab him.
Yeah,
Grab
yeah.
him.
Fish.
Dern bamps over there. So
I
there's just a
bamf away
pile of-
from you towards the big thing.
You're standing like point blank beside a relic sloth that is just like, it opens one eye and it's like, ooh.
I go, can I climb on you like they were?
Quill,
And
Just
I
let's go to
It
climb
the
allows
up
you
on
to
road.
climb
top
on it.
of it like I'm riding it.
Yep. And they just like walk right up him.
I'm gonna boot one of them down.
Wham! And it sails. And the other's like,
Oh, give him a fish.
I need you to roll on that one there.
Give me a fish.
Roll
Roll.
persuasion on me.
I'm gonna need you to roll animal handling. Why don't we call it that? And we'll see.
No.
I'm gonna say you don't know how to resist the wiles of a sad animal. You don't know any better because you rolled so bad at this.
I kind of look down at this stupid little thing and I go, "All right, I'll give you the fish on one condition.
You know?
If I ever call for your help, you gotta help me."
Okay. Fish?
Can I roll to see if it actually means that?
You can. I'll give you an insight check on a hungry velociraptor in the middle of the plains that you've never met before. Go for it. Sure. That's fine.
18.
You know, It seems to believe what it's saying, that if you call for asking for help, it's going to help you. But you have a sneaking suspicion that it doesn't understand what that entails and all of the specifics that would go along with it. You're
That's
fairly
fine.
confident that it really just wants your fish.
I don't care. I have an army of little chickens to summon.
Sure, we'll go with that.
I
I just-
unhook it from the. Oh, what?
Well, I'm just imagining that scene from Shrek the Third, where she's like, ah, and all the birds come flying in. Only you've got velociraptors.
See, you laugh, but if Quill ever does take conjure animals, velociraptors are an applicable choice.
Hmm.
And there is nothing wrong with moving some of them into the grove to be your friends.
I
don't live in the grove anymore.
Well,
Yes, you do.
I'm gonna make it a dinosaur reserve.
It's just not at the frog pond.
I'm gonna be moody.
Uh-huh.
Let me be moody.
I
That's
I
Dern's
take
job.
off my fish. I unhook it from
Dern
the
isn't
little
that
thing,
moody.
Mine?
and I take like one little nibble from it really quick, just like a little, and then I give it down to the stupid little thing at the base below me. I kind of drop it from where I am.
From behind you, Hoots sees all of this, because Hoots, I feel, is probably 10 feet off the ground at this point.
Yep, probably.
Yep.
He's definitely taken off and is like, no.
You see specifically several, probably a dozen velociraptors come around from the side of this relic slot and pounce in on that fish.
Okay.
The one that you made a deal with is begrudgingly pushed aside as many of them go for the fish.
I see this and I go, come here. And I bring him up. And I take the piece that's still in my cheek, little big old chunk I took, and I pull it out and I give it to the stupid little thing.
It nips at you. Fish.
The rod in my pocket goes. Wait, no, that's not.
It catches one of the velociraptors on the ground and goes, whoa! Springboards him into the sky.
Anyways,
Yeah,
Okay.
so you feed some velociraptors, you interact with a couple of relic sloths, and that relic sloth that's laying there is like, cool beans.
Oh my gosh, I want to talk to all the relic sloths if this is how they talk.
He's looking at your toe beans.
does
And
it?
it like
Does anyone else wanna come
slowly
in?
comes and scratches itself and like drags one a claw down the length of its front tusk, long overgrown teeth. It's like, yeah.
Dern,
So there you go.
Dern's like, okay, we've had fun with the velociraptors. We need to get moving. I
Oh,
want
well-
to save my friend.
I have a question for it first.
Dern,
Like,
Dern just
we've got-
face
We've got a big journey ahead of us, and it'd be
They
really
went
cool.
on an adventure with Doomy, Dern.
Yes.
Yes.
This is exactly how much they value her life and friendship.
I fully value her life and friendship. I
She
just
tried to eat us.
yeah.
She was under compulsion.
I'm gonna keep talking this thing, and I look down and go, "We've got a bit of a journey ahead of us. Do you want to come on an adventure?"
That seems hard.
There's lots of free food. I'll give you all the fish and stuff you want.
I don't eat fish.
What do you eat?
It slowly turns its head
Dern, you can just see Dern's face just getting more
and it
more
raises its
angry.
hand and it gestures out to the grasslands and the like rushes close to the water. And there's little sprigs of trees and stuff, and it's like, I eat of the land.
Well, the good news is that we're going where there's a lot of land, with lots of stuff to eat, and we're pretty fun.
And he raises one thumb slowly.
I really think you should come with us. It'd be really great.
No, I don't think we should.
Are you going where the elves live?
I kind of call back to everybody. Are we going where the elves live?
Yes!
Yes!
Yes, we are.
Oh. Many relic sloths work with them. Have much food there.
So you should come with us.
No, I don't think I shall.
I think you should.
I am sleepy now.
Give me my
sloth.
And it turns
Animal
and it's
handling! Animal handling!
like blinks slowly.
I don't think he's gonna let me.
You roll in nat
You
20.
can
will
roll an
make
animal
him.
handling. You haven't
roll a
tried
nat
to
20.
convince the sloth of anything.
I'll give you
Gonna.
guidance
That's a dirty 20
with guidance.
plus 4. which
Plus a
is gonna
D4,
be
but yeah.
Plus a D4 for 22.
It's like food doesn't seem tempting.
There might be another
Try to
cute
stop.
lady stuff.
Meanwhile, Dern's just like, I'm just gonna start
Dern
walking. I'm just
isn't
gonna start
privy to the
walking.
conversation. Quill's just like,
Yeah.
Oh,
I think,
yeah,
and
you
this
guys.
is like,
Yeah, no. I think that's why Dern's just like, he's just like, no, I'm just gonna start walking. This is taking way too long.
and it's like, and it stands up, it shakes its head, and it's like, my name is Flash.
I understand that reference.
Ladies love me.
This is the most honest to like reality of D&D that we've ever played on this
Right?
channel.
Look, you went off road. You talked to a beast that was chilling out, and you're like, "Want to be my friend? Come with us on magical adventures." And it's like, "Suck a dick." And you're like, "But I rolled really high." And it's like, "All right, we're gonna do this then."
We're going to Candy Mountain.
Go to Candy Mountain,
Charlie. Oh, hold on.
Quill is gonna
Charlie.
make friends. He has to make friends.
Charlie.
Candy
Mountain, Charlie.
So, Flash, is that a yes then? You'll come with us?
Leopleodons.
He basically
I
is a
will
magical
go.
Leopleodon.
To where the elves are with you.
Yes.
And we will find sloth ladies together. They may crush you, but it
Right.
will be hilarious.
Death by snoo snoo.
Death by snoo snoo. Death.
Death by snoo snoo.
snoo.
So yeah, a relic sloth is slowly making its way along with you.
Oh god, fuck yes. I'm sorry everybody, but it's Quill.
No,
No,
it's
that's
all good.
fine. I
And-
just like the idea of Dern getting more and more impatient as this conversation
And-
probably took like 20, 30 minutes.
The full duration of your spell has been consumed.
Yeah.
With that, it stands up and it slowly shakes off its mane of like shaggy hair, and some velociraptors fall out of one side. And it starts moving its clawed hands forward in the direction that Dern is.
I call out to Dern and go, I got us a ride.
How fast is this thing moving?
Significantly slower than Agnes walks.
Yeah, so Dern's just like, great.
I thought they moved faster when they were walking.
It's a sloth.
Dern is just
Why would elves ride
so
them then?
happy.
Because elves live for fucking ever. They're like, oh yeah, no, the package will arrive in 82 days. And it's like, that's practically Amazon Prime.
It's the size of a
There's like Dern is just
It's
standing
been
in the
60 years. What a service. My goodness.
Dern is just like this as the sloth is just passing him and just like,
So,
my friend is dead. My friend is dead. And he just walks down the path.
there's a couple of things. If this thing is going to be subjected to an effect that would move it out of its current space or knock it prone, it neither has to move or be knocked prone unless it wants to be. But it can't dash. And it's just like, oh. And as the very tail end of the spell takes off, he's like, thinking about those ladies. And it's a good 80, 90 feet behind you. So you're walking down the road.
Like Dern is
I
just
call
like,
it. I call it to Dern. Obviously, the sloth
No, it's
is-
behind all of you.
well, no,
no, I'm
Quill's
on it.
riding it.
Okay.
I go. I don't want you to be jealous that I'm riding him instead of you. It's just
Not
it's like-
jealous.
it's really, it's really warm. It's like really warm and like fluffy. It's very nice.
Terrific, Quill.
not jealous.
Not jealous that you're riding it. Angry that you're riding it.
I'm going to, for ease, I'm just going to add Flash the Relic Sloth to all of your... There you go. He's very
Our
strong.
party only moves at like 20 feet around.
Oh,
for the
that's
rest of the camp.
generous.
At the rest of the camp. He's like 10 feet long. He doesn't move 10 feet around.
He does not.
What
Flash,
do they do? What?
Flash
How do they
is
move?
is an 8. He moves slowly,
He's
pulling
a
himself
sloth.
forward. So Flash the Relic Sloth has a speed of 15 feet and a climb speed of 15 feet.
That's not bad when he's already really tall, y'all.
Can't dash, but he's very strong. There are beasts of burden. That's the thing. Yeah, I'm just going to throw this to all players in your journals and stuff. You know, it might come up. Who knows? He's like, you have convinced me. Sorry, you have.
You're on an urgent mission. We can't send sending to your friend.
Let's get a sloth as a mount.
His name is Flash.
His name is
Burn.
Flash. And if you understand where that's come from, you're a
Yes.
parent.
Technically,
No,
we could ride him while we're sleeping through the night with alarms set on his back.
He has to sleep too.
Also,
No.
alarm is in a set area.
On
And
his
also-
back.
It doesn't have a saddle. It doesn't have anything. There's nothing flat. Like you can only really fit 1 or 2 people on it.
And it's not
Okay.
a comfortable ride.
No.
Understand the following. I've made a mistake, but I promise him women, and we're getting him to the elves.
First,
We're
acquire
taking the
bitches.
sloth to elves. We're taking the sloth to Isengard.
Do you say this to the group? Are you like, I'm gonna bring this sloth to where the lady sloths are?
I was like, yeah. I looked at you guys and go, so like, he didn't want to go, but then I said there was food, and he said he didn't care for food, and I said there might be nice lady stuff, and that's when he said yes.
So let me get this straight. We are putting Doomy's life at more risk so a sloth can get laid.
See, now you understand
have
how this
never
party
known-
works.
I have never known a better reason to tell you that you can off my PC than this. Because we took too long because Quill recruited a horny sloth and we
Look.
couldn't make it in.
Look, This relic sloth needs to sow its wild oats, so to speak. And you know what they say? You said, what's that song? At a medium pace.
So what if can I if I latch onto it cast Zephyr Strike on us both?
No,
If it can't dash, Zephyr Strike
It's
won't do
just self-
anything.
It's not
It's-
a dash.
it's also
Yeah,
Zephyr
it
Strike
could
is only
magically
self.
move faster for just a tiny little bit. Longstrider would be the spell that you're thinking of, though, because
Oh my
that
gosh.
does it for like an hour.
Do I
Oh
have that?
shit!
Do I
What?
have that?
I have it, just not prepared.
That's hilarious.
It could be
I have
almost as fast as you guys are walking.
Dern turns to like Quill and goes, "Can you cast Longstrider? Can you cast it as a ritual? Can you do anything for this thing?"
Boots is like, Longstrider's not a ritual, bud. Sorry to tell you. At that time, I'm pretty sure I heard it talking about ladies. Quill, I want you to get off of the sloth, please.
Hey, this
And
sloth's got
Agnes?
5 legs.
I technically can talk to it.
Dern-
Agnes,
Dern-
Agnes, I need you to stay ahead of it.
So about
I think he
So-
meant for your safety, like
Oh,
far
yeah.
ahead.
so Dern for the
I'm-
first time in a
Correctly.
long time goes to whatever god is listening.
Ooh. This is what turns Dern to prayer.
Please get me to my friend.
we all pray in our time of need.
We don't know that she's actually in trouble.
I
I-
couldn't cast sending on her.
Yeah, like Dern is really worried.
Okay, I should also note Quill wasn't here for most of these conversations.
Yeah.
You were there for
nobody's-
that one.
No.
Yes, you
No.
were. For the
No,
one
he
about
wasn't.
Doomy? Yes, he was. It was at the
No.
Bennies. Everybody was at the Bennies.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
We were all at the bench.
Everybody was at the Bennies. You guys know that Doomy's in trouble.
Yep.
Well, Quill wasn't paying attention then.
Will
Horny
wasn't paying
sloth
attention.
is absolutely my favorite reason for my character death. It's, please,
But
please, James, let her die.
Dern,
yes,
roll me a religion check, please.
I will.
Are we gonna have like a divine
11.
Divine
You're-
intervention.
Your prayers of like are met with silence,
Okay.
and not that it's surprising to you.
No.
It's one of those things.
I think Dern takes this moment and actually looks up at Quill and looks at the party and goes, I understand that this is an exciting thing, Quill. And getting a friend is a very important thing to you, and I know that. But Doomy's in trouble. We have to find her. And this sloth, as nice as he is, from everything I understand, he is going to slow us down.
I'm going to cast Speak with Animals with the spell slot.
Okay, I will clarify. He is not at half mast.
And I kind of cast it again. I look at him and go, so it's a bit of a problem. They're a lot faster than you are, but they don't want to like get there late. You have any like faster ways to get there?
Because you guys are walking down the road at this point.
Yes.
He's like, and he's got this like his long fingers and claws kind of go across his tusks, and he's like, there. And he gestures, cutting off the road to the east. It's like he holds his hands slowly and deliberately in a direction that just seems to lead into random woods.
And I kind of look down at Dern and I go,
You can smell them.
I look at Dern and I go, with like a kind of a sad look on my face, and I go, I'm sure I didn't realize that there was trouble with Doomy like this. I thought she just wasn't answering your calls.
Dern actually gets a little mad because he was like, you were there, Quill. and Dern just turns around and just starts walking.
What? There's a quicker way. If you want to get there faster, we gotta go this way.
Then he just throws his arms up and just starts walking in that direction.
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to apologize and tell us we can get there faster.
You can apologize to a dragon man, but not a 16-year-old girl. Ah, but
Yeah, Quill actually likes one of them.
that's fair.
Yeah.
The six. No.
I go,
I'm
"Damn,
gonna
The
cast
16-year-old
speak-
girl understands the more ideal Pokemon region.
I'm gonna cast speak with animals,
Go for it.
and I'm going to turn to the sloth and say,
Hey.
I think this joke has run its course, and you can find ladies by smell, probably. So bye, and
Yeah.
runs.
No, he said that there's a faster way.
We're going in that
We're
direction.
going the faster way. We're not bringing him with us.
She's very fast.
I'm gone.
Zoom. And Dern, Agnes like hoofed up her coat and was like,
Yeah.
and goes rushing past you. Messenger bag like flailing and like
She's
We're
not gonna
running.
be mad. She was so excited about this thing too.
I was excited, but then Dern got mad, and I felt conflicted.
Oh.
it's a thing.
Quill, this is exactly why you started feeling conflicted, except I am moving.
Yeah, but because of this thing, we're gonna get there sooner. Even if we weren't riding him, we'd get there sooner anyway.
I've just noticed, David, the thing that you threw in our Logomancy Discord, yeah, that pretty much sums up the thing that what they were talking about with the four-legged thing with the deer antlers and flowers for eyes and the like. Nope.
Oh.
Yeah, very similar.
Oh, why did you bring that up?
Wait. Don't go in the forest.
Vroom.
Well, Agnes, you're running
You're-
with
you're
me. and
leading
you're
the
saying,
pack.
You're saying not to go in
I
the
ran
forest?
into the forest. God, why is it always me? Okay, I'm running into the forest.
I'm running
Yeah.
with you, so we'll see
Thank
how this
God.
goes.
Thank
First
Lysander.
danger, I guess.
Flash looks up and is like, your friends are fast.
If I don't catch
It's
up
still
with them-
moving in that general direction.
Yeah.
Like, especially for Quill, this is fucking painful.
He'll make it. Make it
He'll
there
get there.
eventually.
He'll
get
get
there.
I kind of look at him and I go, okay, all right. So I kind of dragged you into this, and now they're making me leave.
Hmm.
So I'll make you a promise.
Yeah?
You're already moving, so you might as well keep moving.
Mm-hmm.
It's got ladies to prowl.
That sounds aggressive.
No, like
I'm
you're on the.
smoother than that.
Well, I don't understand ladies.
When
Sure.
I was
I
a
doubt
young
Melissa, I will absolutely
Mm-hmm.
say this counts as a bestial interaction for you. So when you're able to transform either via polymorph or beast shape, you can become a relic sloth. They're a CR2.
Yay.
They
Oh,
hit pretty
careful!
hard.
He's on the prowl.
I'm suddenly much more interested in staying with the sloth.
They can grapple very well with those big claws. They're
want
very
hugs.
huggy. They just
They're
want
hug
hugs.
sloths.
So I kind of like. I look
As
at him and
well
I
as
go, okay,
velociraptors.
so I've got to go on forward, unfortunately, and I feel very,
Mhm.
very bad about this. I want to make it very clear. I feel very bad, but it turns out that we're actually in a hurry, and my friend is in trouble, his friend in trouble. And if my friend's friends die, then my friend's going to never be friends with me again. And as much as I think you're very cool, I'd rather have my friendship with my other friend. Because he's kind of like my second best friend. And I pull out Lou and I go, this is my other best friend. This is my main best friend.
He
but-
moves very slow.
He does. He doesn't really walk at all, in fact. So
Wow.
yeah, so I got to carry him with me. So like, here's my promise: I will meet you at the place with the elves, and when I see you, I will do what I once heard someone say, a wingman. which I think would be better for Hoot, but I'll try and do it anyways. Because I don't have wings, but I'll make sure that you find the lady of your dreams.
Ooh. And you see it kind of like it gently like lays down for a moment. It's painfully slow, and it's like
You guys just imagine I transform into one of these things in the middle of a battle.
Yeah.
I
Yes,
just can't
do
move
it.
anywhere.
they
And
have a reach of 10 feet.
Only
Yeah.
10 feet.
Yeah.
They
But
only
it's
move
a
15
huge
feet.
creature too, and it's 15 feet. You do
This
it in
is
the
the fir-
middle of things.
This
Yeah.
is the first time where Quill has realized that he has thumbs. Because as of previously being a cat, he never thought about it. And he kind of like raises his little thumb up as well.
I
He
love
goes,
it.
I'll see you there, friend.
New
And
episode title.
Sounds good.
Quill has
Quill has
thumbs.
thumbs.
And I will quickly, because I haven't moved, I can do my doubling of my speed. And I will
Yeah.
run off after everybody.
You head out into the woods, and Flash
Let's
like
go.
gives you
Go.
a slow wave. He's like, I'm just going to rest my eyes a moment. And like it's off, the spell fades. And Dern's huffing it into the woods after Agnes. And Hoots, you kind of saddle up. And what's Hoots' take on all of this? Because you've been strangely like passive about the fuckery.
Honestly, Hoots has just had a moment to sit and be like, this is the adventure I remember us going on to begin with, so I'm just going to enjoy it for a moment before we have to deal with certain death.
There is certain death.
The sloth hasn't tried to kill us, and Quill has made friends with it. This is what Hoots remembers when they first showed up in the womb. For Hoots, this is a moment of like weird calmness. He's watching his friends dash away, and he's like, there it is, trouble. And he's like, he waits like a couple seconds where he debates like, is it safe to leave Quill behind, or should I go after them? And he goes, I probably should go after them. They're running into unknown and trouble.
I catch up, but I keep my distance.
Yeah, quickly covers the distance. And
But I hang back. I feel very bad.
as you enter into the outskirts of this wood, it feels warm. Agnes, you and Quill specifically, as you come into this place, like Agnes, you're in tune with the grove.
Yeah.
And you're used to feeling magic like kind of permeating the ground and feeling it in the air. It is different here. It is like you touched a tap in a bad rental suite and you got a little bit of a zap and you don't know why the water tap is making you feel electricity, but it's going all over your body. And it's like you feel a tingle across you and a ringing in your ear. It's like it's tinnitus, 100% tinnitus, like you've been to a concert. And Quill, you get it too, like you feel it along your skin. Hoots and Dern, not so much. But there's so much life here. And it's an odd, like, roll me a perception check. I'll see if I can give you a little context.
Is it just those two?
Just those two.
19.
Double 19.
Yeah.
Sorry, you want me to roll this?
Yeah.
It's a what,
Perception.
sorry?
Perception.
Oh, just perception. Perception.
Show me potato salad. Will,
Yes, ma'am.
you got this. That ringing isn't so much like you're like, check your ears for a second. It's not ringing, buzzing. It's like millions and millions of buzzing insects all buzzing at the same time.
Okay.
And it's echoing through this place as you walk. And it's
Enter the bug region
you've
of Kanto.
suddenly bees.
Bum, bum.
Wait, is it actually just bees?
To Quill's ears, it sounds like there are billions of bees. And it's just this low hum that you can't quite get out of your senses. And if you say something like like Agnes would probably pick up on it too and be like, "Oh yeah, no, that kind of explains what I'm feeling in here." It's like if you've ever been near beekeepers of any kind where there's several boxes of hives, it is almost deafening to be close to them, depending on how many there are. And this is so much more. Like you don't see bees everywhere. You hear them in the trees in the woods. Yeah.
I will I kind of like get up so I'm within 30 feet of everybody.
Yep.
And I'm going to cast Pass Without Trace.
Okay. As you exude these shadows out from you and everybody feels their footsteps crunch a little less. Are you guys trying to be stealthy as you're walking through, tromping through the woods?
Do we notice the spell being cast?
You would see Quill casting a spell. Yeah.
Dern stops.
What
And-
spell did you cast again, Quill? I feel like I had a brain fart there for a moment.
Pass Without a Trace.
Okay.
Yeah,
Plus
Dern
10 to stealth
stops
check.
as soon as Quill casts a spell, and he goes, "What's wrong?"
It kind of sounds like there's like millions of bees, but there's no bees nearby, so I figured it'd be best if we like went a little quieter.
Dern stops for a second, and he goes, "Should we go off the path? We're not that far off. Should we continue through the short path?"
Well, that's you guys left the road and started tromping through the
And
trees.
that's what Dern is saying. Should we return to the road?
I mean, there's a real good chance that the road is safer. And if we leave the horned sloth behind, we could probably make some pretty good time on the trail if we hoof it.
The horned sloth.
But Dern poses that question to the group. Dern goes, "I am acting as if I am trying to chase down a front, and I know that is important, but our safety is also important."
The spell's already been cast. We're halfway through the wood. We keep going this way, we get through fast, and we get to do me. Turning back doubles our time, at least.
Dern
Get through the
nods.
rest of the wood.
Everyone roll stealth with a +10.
Agnes.
Mm.
You hear a crack of a leaf. Just barely silent enough that only you pick it up. And you hear a voice come from above you in the trees. "What is your business here, people of other worlds?"
As I'm glancing up, I'll go, "We came in search of a friend who's gone missing. We were told she was around here."
From in front of you, not from where the voice echoed, a darkly tan-skinned elven woman appears from behind a tree. The sclera of her eyes, the white bits, are black, with yellow hecticon irises that catch your notice. She's got a carved wooden bow across her back. Looks very ranger-ish. It's in a similar vein to Quill. And she says, "I am Mia, seeker of this place. Who is your friend?
Lovely to meet you. We're looking for a Goliath named Budumi.
I do not know this Doomy.
She was traveling with a group of others.
This woman did not come here by this path. The forest is large and dangerous, though. Perhaps she was waylaid by something. Aniwe is a crafty beast in all of his forms.
Anyway?
Aniwe.
Anyway?
As opposed to the old.
She takes pause for a second and says some words in Elvish
That Hoots understands.
that Hoots understands.
Finally.
I also understand.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, Quill. Let Hoots have this.
And she's like, how to describe the monstrous Wolverine skunk ogre? And they're like, I think you might have maybe done that from behind you guys. Not seeing anybody, but from behind you. And she says, words. Irritation shows on her face. She's like, it is a smelly beast that is very dangerous, that can shapeshift and rip whole trees asunder. Sometimes it walks on two legs and brandishes large claws. It is very difficult to kill. Sometimes it exudes scent from its behind, and it is a very unpleasant thing. And sometimes it just hunts dragons.
From the top of the tree, Hoots goes, "Oh yeah, that sounds like a honey badger."
Did you say it in Elvish?
She snaps her fingers in Elvish. She's like, "Ah yes, honey badgers."
No, I want to say this. Hoots understands Elvish because it was the closest language I could find to French, and it would make sense that he spoke French. Hoots doesn't actually know he speaks Elvish and understands it.
Oh, everybody's speaking French.
Yeah. To him, that was just like it was like, oh yeah, this is French. I understand French. This is perfectly good. And he's responding in what he thinks is English, aka common.
Yeah. Because magic is weird. And that's how it works. And she's like, I will take you to our burrows. Perhaps our delvers are able to locate this person that you see.
Thank you.
Fuck yeah.
And as she turns,
Très bon.
c'est bon? C'est bon.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Ce soir.
Ce soir.
No. Très non.
Comme ci, comme ça. No.
Parlez-vous en français?
Yeah. As behind you, a dozen elvish archers step out from behind trees. And put their bows away.
You're quiet. We're quiet when he's around. And I try to crunch on leaves, but I don't crunch any leaves.
They throw a thumb at Dern and don't say anything.
Huh. Crunch. Dern still crunches leaves as he walks.
No, you got a 21.
Yeah.
You get a plus 10.
Dern got a 21 after you cast your spell, but not for like 20 minutes of walking through the woods up to this point. Like, everybody was just doing their thing. But
isn't it like an hour?
It hasn't been an hour. It hasn't been an hour since you cast it.
No, it's active for an hour.
Yeah.
No, but James is saying that we didn't say we were going to cast it until we were far into the trees, and so we'd already walked a whole bunch and attracted attention.
They tracked you fucking around with a relic sloth. And this woman that introduced herself as Seeker Mia leads ahead, and about half of these archers fan out again and seem to seemingly disappear into the foliage.
Turns like, that is neat.
Quill, that buzzing sound got really loud when these people were close to you.
Oh.
Yeah. The only the eyes aside, which was a little weird, Mia seems to have, and some of these folks seem to have the occasional hole in their face or somewhere on their skin that's visible, like acne scars, or I don't want to use the term crater face, but I mean it kind of fits a little bit.
Is it like in an unnerving way?
No, it's not like, oh, I can see her teeth through her thing. It just looks like a big old,
Like a pockmark. I think.
yeah, like a black hole in her skin.
A black hole, like it goes to nowhere.
Like it looks like it's a dark hole in her skin that burrows in.
I asked her about it.
Ask who?
I asked Mamma
seeker.
Mia.
All right. She says,
Hey, why your face look like that?
"Do you know nothing of the Piran?
No.
That is an unfortunate circumstance.
Why?
We have been your neighbors for so very long.
I've only been here for a few years.
We have existed here in this place, for 1,500 years.
Actually, a lot older than I am.
He doesn't mean anything by it. He's not always the best traveled.
What he said.
Piran
And you were shocked to learn that Quill speaks French.
Yeah,
She's speaking.
That is the entire like amazing thing from this is like Quill has spoken French.
She's speaking to you. If you spoke to her in Elvish, she would return in kind to Elvish to you, Quill.
Yes.
Or are you doing this in common?
Probably in Elvish, because I usually talk to people in their language.
Being mindful of time, she says, "My people have a symbiotic relationship with the denizens of this place. We live in harmony with the creatures that live here.
Except
We
for the
provide
badger.
for them, and they provide for us."
Except for the badger.
Yeah, no, fuck that guy.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah, we're not really sure if there's one or many, because when things gain notoriety, they gain power. It's strange. We have the ability to bolster ourselves by working with the creatures and beasts that live here. The young amongst our people are physically strong because the transformation is quite abrupt. As we age and we control that transformation a little more, we physically undergo a change and more clarity, we'll say. So there are distinct roles between the young and the old of our people.
Are you the younger or the older?
I am a seeker. I am not
Right.
yet a delver.
So you're younger.
Nods her head. I am approaching the Frass, and I will undergo a transformation as a Frass to be a delver in time.
And Turn's just going like, that's a beautiful language. That's a really beautiful that's a beautiful language, Agnes.
That is a nice language.
That's a nice
Just
language.
donking it up behind.
Everything that she's giving you is very point of fact of like, water is wet,
Yeah.
fire is hot. Like that's how she's saying these things to you, as though like, oh, you don't know basic things. I'm not chastising you. I'm just saying simple facts. These are things that are known. It is known.
Do any of you know of these people?
Boots does.
Dern, probably not. Dern heard they're elves, so he went, "Cool, elves. I know what elves are," and
Go
doesn't
ahead.
think anything else about it.
Agnes, no?
Agnes's history of this land is focused more around Hemlig. She never delved into any deeper lore around this place before going to Hemlig.
Hoots, you have met a single burrow of Piran elves before. That is distinct from these folks. There's a couple of things. They form symbiotic relationships with insects, and it grants them abilities. They function as a hive mind. The physically young amongst them are jacked for all intents and purposes. As you go through and like as she leads you forward, I'll just do this one thing of like, you remember that scene in Kung Fu Hustle where the dude picks a fight with a little kid and the little kid steps forward and he's like ripped like Arnold?
Yes.
Everyone here that looks like a child is muscular beyond belief. And as people seem to like, you can discern that they're older, they become thinner, more alive, like traditional elvish features. Like you see a mother pushing a cart over a root and struggling a little bit, and like her 10-year-old kid gets down off the cart and lifts the thing up and walks it forward.
Dern's going like, what is his routine?
And you're led forward as you're having this conversation to a large tangled root structure that just intertwines, and these roots are each the size of like a barn that just like goes up into a massive tangle of trees.
Well, I saw
And
you once.
yeah, do you have any questions for her before we call it for the night? Hoots provides you a little bit of a probably synopsis
Are we
of like,
okay to think about our questions for her for the next week? Because we got questions for her.
Yes.
The general gist that you have is that the young martial inclined folks are called seekers. Frass are folks transitioning in between or have no purpose or direction. Frass is sometimes used in a negative light. If you're deliberately called a seeker or a delver a frass, it's seen as disrespectful because they're obviously not that thing. Culturally, they take things very literally. If you say like the sky is green, they would look up and be like, "Are you not well? The sky is blue." Like, think Drax. They refer to their communities as burrows. That can be a home, like they live in a burrow as like hobbits do.
Not a dirty, smelly hole.
Not a dirty, smelly
hole. Hobbit hole.
But they might also refer to a community as their burrow. It's
home
like this place is my home. Yeah. Shopkeepers might refer to their store as their burrow, whereas a business would refer to their headquarters as like a chamber.
Got it.
Chambers are larger buildings or places like a library or a warehouse or things like that. So, but yeah, she leads you to the base of this massive cluster of trees. There are dozens and dozens of people walking around you. Almost nobody you've seen here is not an elf. And she's like, I will take you to see the Delvers. And that's where we're in for the night. Because we went over by a couple of minutes.
Delvers.
Delvers are the old wizened folks.
Yes.
I'd give you this as well. All of the older folks that you've seen, that you walked through, that have like the traditional features. Mia's eyes that are black with that yellow hexagon. The older folks, the yellow in their eyes splits and splits and splits and splits into compound eyes.
Like a spider.
Oh.
They're becoming
like a fly. Like when you see the fly and it's got all the little
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So that's the thing.
Hexagon part.
Dern's trying not to stare at the eyes.
But
I mean, you have to look at people's eyes when you talk to them and things like it. Dern's confused.
That'll That'll be a thing for next week. You'll be fine. But
Oh, man.
thank you all for sticking with us.
Oh.
We went late in the break and then had some shenanigans about people
Look,
being
everything?
wrong.
Okay, hold on a second. I just have to say, in like our first month of doing this, with this first Zart experience, I learned about these creatures. I've wanted to see one ever since, so I wasn't
No,
going to pass it up.
That's fine. I'm sorry if I took the role playing a little bit seriously for
No,
Darren there.
No,
but that
No.
was-
not at all.
Never
Yeah.
apologize.
We spent 25 real life minutes talking to a sloth.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It is the most D&D thing that has ever happened.
It's
Yes.
true.
And
It
because
is.
here's the thing, you got mad at Quill, then Quill felt bad, but now technically because we got the sloth and it put us on this path, we might actually be on a way to find your friend even sooner than we previously thought.
It's true.
But you're still mad because you were at the time, and so trust me, it's good role.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'd rather you get mad instead of try to stick to always being nice to Quill if he actually makes you mad.
Thumbs up, everybody.
Have a good night.
We'll
Well,
see you next time.
Night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.